Good morning, y'all. Happy Friday. We made it. How's everybody feeling? We got Heidenreich, my lady. Good morning, my lady. Last Kazi standing. What's up, Last Kazi? Grumpy old man. Crypto for us all. Hooten Morkin. Gerb Corp. Good to see you. Good to see you. Junk Savvy. Good morning, Junk Savvy. CBS Frog. Great to see you guys. None your business. Everything green. Banks, most of the banks did well. Wells Fargo did well. Citigroup, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley being the lone kind of outlier with the banks. Um, Not ripping, but all of them up. Um, Big news to coming out of the UK at 9:30. Press conference with their prime minister to see what they're doing. Looks like they're going to reverse action, and I guess this would be considered a bailout. So we will see what kind of effect that has. I'm hoping some of our international friends can help us out with that. Now, is the bailout a band aid? Is this going to affect markets in a good way for the short future? Obviously, we know kicking the can. We know what that could do down the line. We shall see. But we're through the first part. Lack of trust. I like it. We're through the first part of the gauntlet today. All the bank earnings now. A lot to digest in these bank earnings. Um, as far as the forward thinking, and we'll have to dig a little bit more into those. Spinny circle, Grumpy. That must be your connection. Anybody else getting that? Hmm. Strange. Strange, Grumpy. Let me know. Well, yeah, Rich. We're old. We like kick the can. We loved the movie Twilight Zone, where we learned how to play kick the can. So I hate you, Grumpy. I'm just kidding. So we'll see what happens at 9:30. I'm gonna see if we can get that live. I'm not sure because it's over in the UK, so a little bit different. Sabrina, what's up, Sabrina? I like it. We got our two news sleuths in the chat, Sabrina and Junk Savvy, bringing us that good news each and every day. All right, what do we got? Bridge Biopharma presents 12-month results from phase 2 study of BBP418 in limb girdle muscular dystrophy type 2. So keep an eye on BBIO. And with those kind of plays, guys, as we've talked about many times, with those phase 1, phase 2 studies, things like that, just a kind of general rule. Remember, you're going to get a run up. Look at the company itself, see what else it has in the pipeline, because a lot of times if it's its only product or its only service in the pipeline, on this kind of news, you see a run up and then you see a lull back to the next catalyst. So be aware of that. What else? Nutanix, NTNX explores sale after receiving takeover interest, sources say. So NTNX, possible sales. There's the JP Morgan. Reported a drop in Q3 profit on Friday. Profit for the quarter ended September 30th was 9.74 billion, or $3.12 per share, compared with 11.69 billion, or $3.74 per share a year earlier. Oh, here you go, Grump. My bad. Oh, I'm sorry, Grumpy. Was that the expensive piece? Mr. Santa, good morning, my brother. Good to see you. Good to see you. So, on the surface, that's where I say, Junk Savvy. On the surface, these bank earnings seem good. As far as what the estimates were, JP Morgan beat estimates both on revenue and on earnings per share. But again, this is why we dig a little bit more into them. And obviously, short term reaction is definitely important, but so is the long term reaction of where we're headed. Yeah, I seen that. A good friend of the family actually just backed out because of that. Junk Savvy, with mortgage rates reaching a 20-year high, closing in on 7%. Yep. Netflix with ads, yeah, will be available November 3rd. And we talked a little bit about that yesterday. I think the hype around it will be good, and I think my personal opinion is what they'll do is they'll blast out some kind of campaign with either a free month for free, something that gets people on there that maybe aren't subscribers, and I think that'll pad the numbers maybe initially. It'll look like it's maybe a success, but until we see what part of Netflix's catalog isn't going to be on the the ad platform, I don't think we can really make a judgment on it. And they put out kind of a vague statement. We haven't seen anything as far as exactly. What I pointed out was the big difference in price tells me that there's going to be a lot of stuff not on there. 19.99 compared to 6.99. It doesn't seem like the $13 gap justifies ads. Hulu, I think it's about a $7 difference from Hulu with ads than without. Awesome, Santa. That is great to hear. My lady, you took the words out of my mouth. Glad to know she's doing well. I know she's in good hands over there, so awesome, awesome. Okay, UK update. Trust plans to reverse parts of economic strategy. Excuse me. Chancellor Kwarteng being ousted. Reports say Trust plans to hold news conference on Friday. UK bonds stay higher. So yeah, it's like I said. I have to claim a little bit of ignorance when it comes to the Bank of England, things like that. And that's what's great about having people like GermCorp, Birdie, Grant, all our international friends to help us navigate through this. That's true too. Depends on how many ads. Depends on how many ads and what do you got? Do you guys think that it depends on what kind of ads? Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about um, if they're able to? Oh, it's still not. Oh, there you go, Grump. I'm sorry, buddy. Been a long week, Grump. Should be playing now though. But that's what I need you for, Grumpy. Arctic Fox Alaska, great to see you, my man. More WEF. Interesting. So Musk stirring up the pot a little bit, ups the ante with Ukraine with threat to cut Starlink funding. Comes after a dispute with Ukraine over Musk's peace plan. Other countries have helped fund Starlink costs in Ukraine. The waters continue to get murkier. Oh, there's that T2, TTOO, that's a blast from the past. T2 Biosystems highlights multiple new studies demonstrating improved rapid detection across several patient populations. Interesting. Rick, part of me, and good morning, my friend, part of me thinks I've been trying and I've been thinking about that, Rick, with the way that it's running up of the correlation, and I don't know. See, I think Bitcoin, and I could be off on this. Well, let me think about this. You know, it's. I'm trying to put it into words what I'm thinking, but I don't know if the correlation is there. Rick, Europe flies to new daily highs in the last 15 minutes. Okay, Birdie, so they're pumped about this this bailout over there.
Pretty much.
Whoa, wind tunnel, wind tunnel. And what is Bitcoin at now? 19.7. Yeah. I mean, do you think just that, just out of fear, that there could be a run on the... I mean, you know, I think there was a lot of... with everything being around banking this morning, Rick. No, never say sorry. I love that. I love this discussion because I'm trying to find the correlation. And what I was trying to say, what I think, you know, and this is just kind of I'm not a crypto expert, and I'm definitely not an expert on all the correlations, but what I would think is, with us having these 4 or 5 big bank earnings this morning, with waiting on the banking news out of the UK, maybe it was just a hedge. Maybe that's where we seen the money going. I don't know. But I would love your insight, Rick. And again, never apologize for complex questions. That's the best kind of tackle around here, especially having so many brilliant minds. Citigroup reported a net income of $3.5 billion for Q3, or $1.63 per diluted share on revenue of $18.5 billion, compared to net income of $4.6 billion, or $2.15 per share on revenues at $17.4 billion for Q3. So up on revenue, it looks like, right? Up on revenue on the year, just down on income, profits down. Wow, that's a big IPO. Prime Medicine sets IPO terms, which could value the biotech at up to $1.7 billion. Whew, last time we seen that was some HKD stuff. I mean, IPOing at that kind of money is big. Oh, Elon Musk jumps on new weight loss trend, diabetic medication. Wegovy was the first FDA-approved chronic weight management in adults with general obesity since 2014. That's ticker symbol NVO. So that's got to, that has to be because of the slack he took after those pictures came out, I would think. And I'm not saying that to be mean, but I've seen a lot of very mean comments, and you know, I don't play into that stuff, but they crapped all over Elon when those photos came out with his shirt off and stuff like that. So maybe that's his way of firing back. I like it. You know, he's a person like everybody else. Words hurt no matter who you are. So that's good for him. Good to see. And you know what? I like people that make you know, that make people eat their words. So maybe if he does that, comes out ripped next summer, and you know, maybe with a tan, we'll see. Oh, XBB, that's the new one. Okay, be on the lookout for that coming to a city near you. Okay, that Nutanix that Sabrina mentioned earlier, rocketing towards a 5-month high after that report of a buyout. Just be safe with that. And I only say that because you know, the AVCT news, those rumors were real. I seen those in accredited organizations, as accredited as you can have, you know, as far as Benzinga, places like that reporting on it. It wasn't just the Wall Street Bets thing. So you know, buyout rumors are great. Just remember, it could be a buy the rumors, sell the news type situation if you're looking at getting in on something like that. Yeah, so Kanye getting his money taken away, or getting his money back from JP Morgan. I don't know. I don't know what to think of that. Because a big part of me, Junk Savvy, is like, well, hey, they're a private company. They could do whatever they want to do, which is fine. That's the way I feel. But I don't know. When I see stuff like this, it's not them not wanting to do business with Kanye that worries me. Same thing with the Alex Jones suit yesterday. It's not that I agree with what Alex Jones was doing or anything like that, or think that that's right, but it sets a very dangerous precedent for what can be reported on, what can be talked about, and I don't know. I think that the Kanye thing, hopefully it stays specific to him and it's maybe a one-off, but it's another institution when you're talking about the banking institution, that do we want them picking and choosing what we can do in our daily lives, things like that. Yeah, he doesn't have a billion, and that's where it's even worse, because it's um, so what they're saying. If what they're saying is that Alex Jones used victims and stuff like that to profit, it's wrong. I like it's. I'm not sure if that's what happened. I'm just saying that freedom of the speech part. But then it's to me, it's a slap in the face to the victims when you award them something that isn't going to get paid out. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's a big deal too. That's a big deal, CBS Frog. I'm glad you brought that up. That's and I've seen that it's also being misunderstood. So a couple of people that I follow that kind of a part of how they make their living is through PayPal. Lost a lot of paying members, things like that, because of this, because they kind of misinterpreted it. So a lot of consumers, CBS, thought that they may be in jeopardy. So, for example, if I'm subscribed to something and I'm paying a membership on it, there was a lot of fear that you could be liable, or your account could be frozen, or something could, and that's the kind of the way that it was put out. It's not in there. If you read it, it is that it goes to, the fine would go to the person actually doing it. But yeah, they backpedaled real quick on that, but all these things add up to a bigger picture, guys. That's the key to me, is that these things are all connected, and we have to be able to see that and do our best to combat it and do our best to be prepared for it. Yeah, that's what it is. Make an example out of someone, especially getting that $1 billion thing. That really, you know, we've talked about this a million times. The what millions used to mean, and now millions, as far as is grabbing somebody's attention, millions don't really mean much unless you're talking about billions. Um, and as stupid as it sounds, and I don't know if it's a mentality thing or just a coincidence thing. There's a scene in The Social Network where Justin Timberlake is talking to Zuckerberg, and he's like, "Being a millionaire isn't cool. What's cool is being a billionaire." And it does seem like right around that time is when that kind of started, where millionaires were just, nah, if you ain't a billionaire, you ain't, so they got to use that. They got to follow up with that. So the first one, Grumpy, I think was 63 million or 300. It was a big amount. The first people that got awarded from Alex Jones, and then this second bout took it up to the $1 billion level. And it's like, come on, he's more liable than OJ? Like, come on. Just saying. All right, 9 minutes, guys. 9 minutes. What's up, Lobo? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. So yeah, the market looks like we're gonna open hot. Don't be fooled, guys. Remember what happened yesterday? I guess kind of good news on the surface. Again, on the surface with these banks still bringing in money. Obviously, these earnings have to be dug into a little bit. A lot of complications on them, but all green for right now. And then we'll get this announcement at 9:30 out of the UK, which I guess is kind of already known. I don't think that it's something that we're waiting with bated breath to see what the decision is or anything like that. But we will absolutely see the effect this has on the market. And with Birdie saying the European market's running to daily highs, I know it's not a rumor and news situation, but figuratively speaking, maybe it is a buy the rumor, sell the news. Maybe we see a quick positive reaction to this, and then a Friday sell-off. We shall see. Where are we going, Enzo?
I'm going crazy. No, I think we're going to go to the top side in Tesla for a little bit. I completely agree with you. I think that the SPY is going to try to settle here at the 368.50 mark for a second. 368.11. Try to go back up to the top side. If it gets rejected again, then we're probably every bit of 360.
Perfect. Ron D, I will definitely, sorry, Enzo, I will definitely pass that forward to him. That is awesome. He says, I know tennis is physical, is traveling today, but really want to thank him for introducing me to Rocket Labs at 380. Yeah, he's Ron. He's obviously no financial advice around here, all that stuff. Ron, you know that. But me to you, Ron, tennis is somebody I deeply trust. That is not in any way saying, hey, jump into whatever he says. He doesn't. He does his research. He knows these companies. So awesome. I'm glad to see that it worked out, and that's what it's all about here, baby. That's what it's all about. Oh, I agree 1,000%, Junk Savvy, 1,000%. Like I said, I think I think it's a much bigger issue at play as far as that case, and it's. Again, I think any one of these standalone isn't the end of the world, but you look at everything in context with what's going on, and you people are all brilliant. You can put 2 and 2 together. So what do we do, Enzo? We're playing upside in the open here, and then maybe look for a retrace, or how you seeing this?
Well, right now, I'm seeing it put a higher high end. It's breaking. Oh, okay.
United Health, that's another one, guys. Their earnings, it's looking like they were good. They're up about 2.5%. And like I've always said about them, we don't talk about them much. It's a $500+ stock. Not the sexiest play, but one of the big boys, probably just under Apple and a few others as far as the strength that it holds. And when it comes to the Dow, it is the absolute top. So the Dow moves, a lot heavier on how this moves. And again, they're up almost 3% in the pre-market. United Health. Let's see these earnings. Yeah, United Health lifts earnings outlook for third straight quarter. So looks like good, not just good earnings, but good future expectations. So that could hold some weight on how the market as a whole goes, I guess. That damn JP Morgan lottery ticket don't look like it worked out.
Probably not.
Well, it was a risk, and the day is still young.
I mean, with the other markets,
it was $18 too. It wasn't, and again, I'm not making it out like that's, just throw your money out the window by any means. It was a long shot. And part of what I thought with their earnings was true. We've just got a positive reaction like it right now. BMRA, that's the Walmart to expand sales of BioAmerica's Aware Breast Self-Exam product will now be available in over 2,400 Walmart stores. Don't know a lot about that product, Sabrina, but I guess that would be anytime something like that's made more available to people. I think that's a good thing. Having a personal tie to breast cancer with my mother, I would have to think that anything that's related to that, which I'm assuming that is with a Aware breast self exam, anything that could help people and maybe make some money in the process, I'm okay with. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. And I'm looking for a feed of this UK stuff. We'll see if I can get it.
first thing that I think is going to happen is probably they're going to try to fake us the downside.
Okay, you think we'll get some downside right off the jump?
I just think that the 366.70 area is just too good to pass up, and I think they're honestly going to try to come hit those aftermarket right here yesterday, because that was where we broke up. I think we're going to probably come retest this about 366 sub 360. Yeah, those Tesla weird. 15 seconds.
Let's go, guys.
If you want to see what those end up being, they're on the.
And as always, guys, remember to keep an eye on your own charts. You will get that slight YouTube delay, and we are off and running. I am. Okay, we're awaiting. I got the other interview ready to bring up. Or press conference, excuse me. Michael Burry. What's up, Mr. Burry? Good morning, good morning, good morning.
This MIA. There's the 200% right there.
Get it? You taking it?
Nope.
Holding it? You only got one of them?
I have one of them. It's for next week. Well, yeah. I mean, in that smaller account that we've been playing with.
Okay.
There's one. I mean, it's pretty much the entire thing. 200 something. 206%.
All right, so the market's opening a little down from the highs in the pre-market. The Dow up 0.56%, S&P up 0.67%, the Nasdaq up 0.94%. And again, I got this press conference up, just waiting to see once they come out. They're waiting to start now.
Going there. We're more than likely going to see the run. We're going to see the run at probably 230 on Tesla.
Okay. The banks holding those pre-market gains. JP Morgan up 3%, Citigroup up about 0.5%, Wells Fargo up 3.3%, Morgan Stanley being the lone lagger there out of the big boys, down almost 2% for Morgan Stanley. Citigroup has just gone red and now back up. And across the top 10 on the S&P, Apple up 0.5%, Microsoft up 1%, Amazon up 1.63%, Tesla continuing to rip up 2%, 226 on Tesla. Google GOOGL at 153, GOOG at 101.90. Nvidia just dipped red, 119.20. Berkshire up 0.2%, Meta up 0.84%, and United Health up that. What is that? Just about 2%. A little bit of pullback on the Nasdaq, now up 0.9%. S&P up 0.79. Dow Jones up 0.83. Sabrina says Tesla has put planned battery cell production on hold at German location for technical reasons. Okay.
Even better, even better. That's more upside. That's all terrible news. That's a price cut. That's everything. That's everything that you could possibly want. Horrible come out of stock.
All right.
Or come out about a stock in one day.
This video in here for a second.
Yes, sir.
I want a country where people can get good jobs, new businesses can set up, and families can afford an even better life. That's why, from day one, I've been ambitious for growth. Since the 2008 financial crisis, the potential of this great country has been held back by persistently weak growth. I want to deliver a low-tax, high-wage, high-growth economy. It's what I was elected by my party to do. That mission remains. People across this country rightly want stability. That's why we acted to support businesses and households with their energy costs this winter. It's also the case that global economic conditions are worsening due to the continuation of Putin's appalling war in Ukraine. And on top of this, debt was amassed helping people through the COVID pandemic. But it is clear that parts of our mini-budget went further and faster than market expected. The way we are delivering our economic has changed. We need to act I have therefore decided to keep the increase in corporation tax that was planned by the previous government. This will raise £18 billion per year. It will act as a down payment on our full medium-term fiscal plan, which will be accompanied by a forecast from the independent OBR. We will do whatever is necessary to ensure debt is falling as a share of the economy in the medium term. We will control the size of the state to ensure that taxpayers' money is always well spent. Our public sector will become more efficient to deliver world-class services for the British people. And spending will grow less rapidly than previously planned. I met the former Chancellor earlier today. I was incredibly sorry to lose him. He is a great friend, and he shares my vision to set this.
So Black Lives Matter released their 990 IRS filings. They collected
for our country. He will deliver the medium-term fiscal plan at the end of this month. He will see through the support we are providing to help families and businesses, including our energy price guarantee that's protecting people from higher energy bills this winter. And he will drive our mission to go for growth, including taking forward the supply-side reforms that our country needs. We owe it to the next generation to improve our economic performance, to deliver higher wages, new jobs, and better public services, and to ease the burden of debt. I have acted decisively today because my priority is ensuring our country's economic stability. As Prime Minister, I will always act in the national interest. This is always my first consideration. I want to be honest, this is difficult, but we will get through this storm, and we will deliver the strong and sustained growth that can transform the prosperity of our country for generations to come. I'll now take questions. Can I start with Ben Riley-Smith, Telegraph?
Thank you, Prime Minister. Clearly a difficult day. Can you explain to the public why you think you should remain as Prime Minister, given you junked a key tax cut that led you to be elected and got rid of your Chancellor?
I'm absolutely determined to see through what I have promised, to deliver a higher growth, more prosperous United Kingdom, to see us through the storm we face. We've already delivered the energy price guarantee, making sure people aren't facing huge bills this winter. But it was right, in the face of the issues that we had, that I acted decisively to ensure that we have economic stability, because that is vitally important to people and businesses right across our country. Harry Cole.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Harry Cole from The Sun. You were the one that wanted to cut the 45p rate. You stood on a platform to win the leadership of the Conservative Party on a platform to cut corporation tax. You and the Chancellor, the ex-Chancellor, designed this budget together, in lockstep, we're told, at times in secret, the two of you. He has to go because of the fallout from it. How come you get to stay?
Well, my priority is making sure we deliver the economic stability that our country needs. That's why I had to take the difficult decisions I've taken today. The mission remains the same. We do need to raise our country's economic growth levels. We do need to deliver for people across the country. We're committed to delivering on the energy price guarantee, which people are already seeing in their bills. But ultimately, we also need to make sure that we have economic stability, and I have to act in the national interest as Prime Minister. Chris Mason, BBC.
Excuse the bluntness, Prime Minister, but given everything that has happened, what credibility do you have to continue governing?
What I've done today is made sure that we have economic stability in this country. Jeremy Hunt, as Chancellor, is somebody who shares my desire for a high-growth, low-tax economy. But we recognise, because of current market issues, we have to deliver the mission in a different way. And that's what we are absolutely committed to do, achieving that stability at what is a very difficult time globally. Robert Peston.
Prime Minister, the former Tory Chancellor, Philip Hammond, has just said that you have totally trashed the Tory party's election-winning reputation for economic competence. Will you apologise to your party?
Well, I am determined to deliver on what I set out when I campaigned to be party leader. We need to have a high growth economy, but we have to recognise that we are facing very difficult issues as a country. And it was right, in the national interest, that I made the decisions I've made today to restore that economic stability so we can deliver, first of all, helping people through this winter and next winter with their energy bills, but also making sure that our country is on the long-term footing for sustainable economic growth. Thank you very much, everybody.
Prime Minister, are you going to say sorry? Are you, Prime Minister?
All right, yeah, that's it. That's sorry, that was strange for me. You can hear the audio, people are wiling out. Shut that. Okay, Alright, let me get some things adjusted here. Hold on 1 second. So, from an outside point of view, that's what it was, hey, you and this, what is it? Chancellor, the person that got let go, it's like, you guys came up with this idea, you ran on it, now we see it's horrible. Why is he being held accountable and not you? Strange times. Alright, let's get some music back.
It's definitely weird.
Yeah, you know, it doesn't seem like any kind of certainty. You know, taking the just the strict financial part of it out of it, doesn't seem like the people are happy. I mean, usually, and again, this may be an Americanized point of view, usually you have at least a few reporters in the crowd that are there to push whatever to put a positive spin on it and throw them a softball. It was 3 or 4 of the same questions of, you're horrible, why are you still here? And she didn't answer any of the questions, but
played the fifth.
Yeah, so I know Birdie will be joining us at the end of the day today. I'm not sure if he's going to pop in any earlier, but we will get a good take on that a little bit later, and kind of where this puts the European people, how this plays into different things. Oh, Jamie Dimon on a call on the earnings call right now for JP Morgan, so maybe see some kind of move there. I mean, he's been hyping future FUD, but on the conference call he may say, hey, that 20% downside I was talking about, that's for everybody else, guys. We're the banks, we ain't going down. Anyway, the market, I don't know if this is a direct reaction to that, but the market falling. NASDAQ holding on to some gains, up 0.2%, S&P up 0.34%, the Dow up 0.56%. It's strange. It's strange because it's, I don't know who's who over there, obviously. Germ Corp. What I do need to look up. Excuse me. Crypto, just an update for you. GEO at 861, brother. 861. I will keep an eye on that. It's up 0.5% right now. That's Geo Group. Just when you have a second, I know you're at work. Just let me know that that's what you're watching. I'm pretty sure it's GEO. The SPY clinging to some gains, 366.63 and falling. Netflix has now gone red. Let's see. Tesla now down 0.5%, so definitely the NASDAQ in the red now. Somewhat predictable, I would say. I think we thought that there was going to be a little bit of an uptick and then a pullback. It's not rocket appliances, but hey.
It is not. No, but it is gains regardless.
It is gains. Peston's a shyster, so I'm gonna assume, Mr. Burry, that's the reporter you guys are talking about. Awesome. Well, I'm glad that at least it was something that you guys could directly relate to. I know, that might have not been the most entertaining thing to watch. Luckily, it was only a few minutes, but it, you guys know the players involved a little bit more than I do, so thank you for that input. Tell him, Santa, gains, baby, gains. I'm not doing nothing. First half hour today. I'm letting the smoke settle. I'm going to see where it goes and ease on into this. It's Friday.
You ain't got no job.
Yep.
You ain't got shit to do.
That is true. That is true, Mr. Burry. I mean, we have to give credit where credit's due. I'm all for, when people do the positive things, and she was able to find her way off the stage. And hey, baby steps, Daniel. SPY still holding a little green. Take a look. Puts, baby puts. That's what I'm talking about, Santa. I bought 2 puts near the close yesterday. One on the SPY and one on JP Morgan. Both were long shot, kind of nothing big, nothing more of just a take a chance overnight holding. I think the SPY put was $23 and the JP Morgan was 18.
Not that bad.
No, the JP Morgan, like I said, I knew what I was getting into. I was just and I had an inclination that Jamie Dimon pushing all that FUD was gonna go the way that it ended up going with softening the blow for JP Morgan by putting it out there that this is a market-wide thing. When you're a name like Jamie Dimon, you can put that notion out there that we still have 20% to the downside, and then you can come in on your earnings and say, well, we're down a little bit, our expectations are tapered a little bit, but against our predictions in the market, we're still looking strong. If that makes sense, you see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So, again, somewhat predictable, and this is why we follow dum-dums like him. As far as Jamie Dimon, not that he's a dum-dum. The guy's a billionaire. He obviously does something right, but when people like him speak, they're not speaking just freely and casually, kind of like we are here. They're speaking very precise, very. They're not. The news isn't a news. It's not to inform you. It's to get a precise message to you. Whatever you're watching, there's exact reasons why. Unless you're watching outside the charts here, we just want to show you some love. But everything else, the reason why this is on the screen, the reason why this pops up when Jake Tapper's on, the reason this, everything is by design. I think that's what we're saying. It's Miller time, baby. Hey, it's Friday. It's at 5 o'clock somewhere. It's 9:50 here. But I do know when we wrap this up today, Mr. Burry, I know I will enjoy a cold one myself. I know this might not. It's tough to have something like this that I've done for so long. Obviously, in a new setting, there'll be an accomplishment. But for me personally, when we wrap at the end of the day today, 1 week in the books, it's a big deal. It's a big deal, and it's only a big deal because of who's here with us. So thank you guys for showing out and just getting started. BGNE Beijing receives positive CHMP opinion for Brukinza for treatment of adults with CLL.
Look at your deal.
Yeah, how do you think those are going to come in, Junk Savvy, when we get into energy earnings calls? I see what you're doing, Enzo. I see what you're doing.
I think the SQs are gonna get bodied at the 6004 right here. Whatever it was.
The Nasdaq taking a hurting now to the downside, down over 1/4%.
Oh yeah, Tesla's gone.
Take a look at
by the way, I just switched over into those puts. Look at those. Those are up 30.
The Tesla ones or the Netflix ones?
Oh, my SPY puts that I picked up. I got out of that Tesla at, I think it was 7 flat or 690 something.
Nice.
But yeah, we got into that at 286 or something like that, 287.
So heat map, a lot of green for now, but we will energy, the lone sector really getting hammered. Semiconductors down again. Not this thing doesn't get cooking until about a half hour in, once we really get a feel of where we're going. And even that day like yesterday, 9:47 yesterday is when the market turned.
I do want to go and I did want to say something right here. If the SQs get top and the market decides to hold off its 200s, you might be able to get a bounce. And that's support on Apple. It has a little bit more that it could get, but that's 140, 128 is definitely a support level. Tesla's just double, 1, 2, 3, 4.
JP Morgan back to the upside. Citigroup back to the upside. So Citigroup went red for a second there. Now pumping up 2.5%, 44.02 there. Wells Fargo up 4.5%. JP Morgan up almost 4%. And again, Morgan Stanley taking the brunt.
That's where it would be right there.
Crypto, your GEO up a full percent now, 865 on
Oh,
GEO.
That's a good pull.
Oh, big time, Junk Savvy. I think the demand drop from China is going to be huge, because I think it's sustained long enough now to not look at it as a one-off. And I think what comes out of next week's, again, I forget the name of the conference that they have, Chinese diplomats, all of that, basically setting the stage for policies for the next 5 years in China. And with them having that kind of feeling that that this is sustainable, that lockdowns, so it looks, at least for now, like they're going to continue to pursue the zero COVID policy. And I think energy companies, as far as that goes, have to adjust to that long term. Same thing with the situation in Russia, in the Ukraine. Now that we're 8-9 months into this, I don't think it can be looked at as as something that just is going
It's gonna mull over.
itself. Yeah. So you got those two big issues there. You have the OPEC issues. You have the Saudi Arabian claims as far as against the United States with what they're saying that we were trying to do. So you got a lot to consider. I guess the upside is, and they may not say this, but with these midterms being so kind of what's the word I'm looking for here? Polarized. Maybe the notion that as far as for energy, things may get better. Obviously, we'll still have the same administration in there. All depends on who takes, how the midterms go. We're still going to have the same president, obviously, but maybe they can show some hope in that as far as maybe some restrictions can get maybe eased. Maybe Congress can make some moves. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it's a possibility. So I think it'll be. I think you're right too when you say mixed bag, because I think it will. I don't think this is going to be like the early days of this conflict or anything like that, where you see anything that has oil attached to its name run in the same direction. I think this will be a little bit more specified as far as, like you said, refiners, transport companies. They may take the biggest hits. It's going to be interesting to see, but maybe we can do some research on this and see what kind of subsectors of that are in line to have better earnings, I guess you could say. Obviously, even all the research in the world isn't going to predict exactly what's happening, but I think we can get some information on that. Wells Fargo now up 5%. So banks continuing to rip. And is that on confidence? Is that on confidence that, hey, Bank of England just got a bailout? We can do no wrong.
Right.
If you're a
bank, they did it. We can do it too.
Yeah, I think you got all the confidence in the world.
I'm spending grandma's credit cards like.
Yeah, I wonder if Jamie Dimon mentioned that on the earnings call. I wonder if he was like, yeah, guys, this is why we waited for the earnings call to be at 9 or almost 10 o'clock, because we wanted to see if they got bailed out. Now we can continue with our shenanigans, and they'll bail us out too.
Right. Little brother did it. Why can't I?
Mm-hmm. VISL. Vislink to demonstrate comprehensive suite of IP connectivity and remote production solutions at NAB New York 2022. Sabrina, thank you as always. You and Junk Savvy absolutely kill it every day on this news. You have no idea how appreciated you are. And I know we're in the early days and it may not seem like you're getting that information to a ton of people, but trust me, it's valuable, and you guys have no idea how much, not just me, everybody here appreciates your hard work. I know what goes into it, and you guys are the best. Diane B, I don't know if I got a chance to say hi to you, Diane. I hope everything is good. You are in my thoughts. Please reach out, let me know what's going on, and keep me posted on everything, and just know that you're in my thoughts. I'm sorry, I'm scatterbrained this morning. It's Friday. I'm ready to run through the wall, man. I feel like the Kool-Aid guy.
Hey. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Well, Spy just did it for you.
Avenue Therapeutics, Arctic Fox says, the day runner, I know you want to. $4. We're at $4 right now, up 65%.
I'm up 72% in my puts right now. 95, 90.
What are you shooting for?
100.
What's your...
Probably
take
360.
That 100%, baby. Take that 100%.
It's going to do it manually. Why? Why is it going to do it manually though?
Because when you bought that, you put a sell order in automatically at 100%, so that if it does hit it, you're out. If not, you can always adjust it. Am I right?
Right, because
and now, did
then
you buy
free
two
money.
of them and take the first one, or is this just a single play? 'Cause I know
I
you were
took
talking.
4. It already pushed them away. That was a trade right there. What was that? When did I get these? Not
45.
what, 15? Yeah, 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, 9:45. So
9:47
ATXI just pumped to 408
Wow.
and then coming back down 392. So play that safe there, Arctic Fox. Ton of volume on that. Almost 30 million trades already, Arctic Fox on ATXI, and that is up against a 2.6 million average. So ton. And the beautiful thing, let me point it out real quick, Arctic Fox on this, what you're going to keep an eye on, well, you don't need to keep an eye on it. The number you're looking at is only a 1.07 million float. So you can see a lot of big swings on this with the volume coming in. So just play it tight, brother.
Can you see that peach indicator?
816. I'm sorry, Enzo. I turned away from the indexes for 1 second and come back now.
Oh, yeah.
Down 1% now. S&P
Oh,
down
yeah.
0.6.
We're hurling. Everything's fine.
I like it. My spy put for it that I bought at the end just went green. Like that.
Yep.
Let's see JP
Yeah,
Morgan crash now.
Yeah, so here's the thing, just to reiterate. Those puts went 100% already. They got rid of. I always buy an even number. I get rid of half of that position right then. If I have the ability to
bought 2 sold
Yep.
at 100% as soon as it hit it.
Because I had an average of $46 a contract, and those just sold out at 92.
Nice.
But you're not going to always get that, but that was only there for about, what, 2 or 3 seconds?
Yeah. I like the strategy. I don't think that you're presenting that you're the thing that I want to make sure you guys know out there, and I know everybody doesn't play options, and you know we're gonna work on some stuff on some training stuff for those interested and all that kind of stuff, but he's not saying he's holding off for 100% profit, or that's what he expects, that or that every one of these trades is going to get 100%. What he's saying is they move so fast that as soon as he buys it, he puts that 100% order in, and then is able to adjust from there. So then you see how it's going. You're not putting that in and just setting it and forget it. It's not like it's not like just a trade that, hey, I know this is going to go here, so I'm just putting it in and not looking at it.
Right. It kind of is, though, and it's not. It is, but it isn't. It's not like a set and forget kind of thing where you just go and throw it, just throw it up there and completely forget about your contract. The reason it's there is that if you don't catch it within that 2 or 3 seconds, like I wouldn't have even noticed it, even when I was calling it out that it was going up. So there was no way I would have gotten into that trade. But if my order's already there, I'm already looking like a snack packed of smiles back, already 100% out. Now I got running contracts down, 4 or 5 days that have paid for themselves. I just created free money out of the stock market.
Attaboy.
Like, going back up, down, all around. Hit the cheat codes on it.
Yes. Michael Burry just hit a cheat code and got himself 10% on leverage bounce in under 1 minute. Beautiful, Mr. Burry. Beautiful.
That's what it is.
KPRX was just spiking, pulled back a little bit, ran up to 733 on KPRX. I know Tennis is in on that. I don't know if anybody else is still holding that. KPRX up 8.5% at 728.
What's AMC doing?
AMC is up 0.25%, holding above 6. Actually now just about even, 604 on AMC. 8 pulling back a little bit down at 2%, 178 for 8. GME hanging at 25.72. And I gotta say, GME has shown strength this week. GME, they've tried to knock that bad boy under that $25 and just haven't been able to sustain under there. So
I think the reason is because you remember last week when we were calling out, I had said something about Tesla, or somebody had come in and said something about GME having 26 puts just massively.
Oh yeah, yep.
I don't remember who it was, but I do remember talking to that person.
The Dow turning back up. Pixie halted? Yes, and good morning, Caesar. That is on our to-do list over the weekend, getting a halt list up there. That's on me. I'll make it happen, but thank you for letting me know that. So Pixie halted to the upside at 1493. And not seeing any news, not seeing anything like that. But this is another one of them, Caesar. Reverse splits. Reverse splits, they tend to stink if you're holding before the reverse split. You tend to lose a lot of value, but you always have that upside if you did get yourself in a situation where you went through a reverse split. And I am in no way saying that all those are going to come back or anything like that. But there is always a silver lining, and we've talked about it here before, the low floats. So with a company like Pixie, they did, I forget, was it 25-1 reverse split, whatever it was. Yeah, so they dropped that float, only slightly over 1 million float on it now. So it is a good time after these reverse splits, after the dip, not financial advice, but after you see them dip on the reverse split. We've seen a lot of success stories as far as comebacks. And again, we're working on, and Junk Savvy's been so kind. I know they're putting some real good stuff together in Bullfrog's Discord as far as being ready when we do hit that bottom with some longer term rebound plays that I know she's digging through a lot of data on these companies. I plan on doing that over the weekend myself and finding some companies that we think could be positioned to, when we hit that bottom, to be very undervalued. And again, a lot of things are going to go into consideration here, so stay tuned for that. Going to try to make either some standalone videos on some of that stuff or some kind of segment. TVTX, FDA requests for additional monitoring for Travere Therapeutics, sparsentan, and rare kidney disease. So I wonder how that news will be interpreted. Let me see how TVTX, because something like that. So they're down 10% on this. Now, that may not necessarily, this may be an overreaction to it. Let me see. So Travere Therapeutics expects the previously assigned prescription drug user fee target action date November 17th for its sparsentan marketing application for IgA nephropathy to be extended by 3 months. As part of this late cycle review, the FDA has requested that the company update its proposed risk evaluation mitigation strategy to include liver monitoring for sparsentan consistent with certain other approved products in the endothelin receptor antagonist class. The company anticipates submitting an updated REMS plan in the coming days. No additional clinical data or studies have been requested for the application review process. So, not guaranteeing anything here, guys, but this seems like an overreaction. Down over 10% on TVTX on what seems like more of a clerical thing. It seems like this, if you're familiar with REMS, risk evaluation mitigation strategy, this is more of a written statement that'll be presented to the FDA. So I think the key thing that we have to look at there when it comes to any kind of news like this is that no additional clinical data or studies have been requested for the application review process. So everything on that end seems to be in order. Take it for what it's worth. That a boy, Michael. 1 or 2 more trades and I'll be able to transfer profits to another buy. And holy crap, Ron D, I seen that video of yours with that guy that cut you off. Holy crap, brother. Thank God you're okay. Thank God you're okay. And man, just a reminder, if you are driving out there, even us, that I feel like I'm a very good driver, always got to be aware that there's people not as attentive as you, and especially nowadays with phones and things like that. Hyper awareness always needed. What did?
I said I live in Florida.
Yeah,
you don't know.
You guys are nuts down there. Well, where we have it worse up here is motorcycles because of the weather up here, because of the inexperience. Same thing kind of with boats. You wouldn't really think it, but we have a lot of boating accidents up here, and it's because of inexperience, because of stuff like that. Same with motorcycles, both on the people driving the motorcycles and drivers that aren't used to sharing the road with motorcyclists. So everybody be safe out there. That's all. Damn right it was close, Ron. I seen it. More red into the market now. S&P dropping to daily lows, down 0.75%. The Nasdaq down 1.2. The Dow dipping into the red, down 0.28. Next leg down on the SPY. Let's go.
160 is what those calls are, or those puts. Well, 130 now.
Now, what's your next exit?
It's probably going to be 62.18. 61. If it breaks over the 61.89 and doesn't get rejected here, I will.
Tell him, Santa. Reach out and touch someone.
Yo, for people that are making money hand over fist right now, go ahead and donate something to a local charity or something, please.
There you go.
Hands over fist. There's a lot more people that need that money more than you do. However, if you need it, obviously don't go and
enjoy yourself.
But if you have it, definitely take care of somebody else.
Yes, sir. 10:15. We're coming up on almost 45 minutes into this fabulous Friday here at Outside the Charts. Thank you guys for being here. Crypto, your Geo holding strong, 861. So not coming down with the market here, still up 0.58%. JP Morgan, come on, tank. Still up 2%. Citi pulling back a little bit, still up 1%. So interesting to see where this financial sector ends at the end of the day with everything going on.
PayPal's taking down.
I don't think PayPal's downside is ending anytime soon either. Not even looking at charts, just kind of what we discussed earlier. I think it's a slippery slope. I think it's a slippery slope because there's so many payment options nowadays. There's so many ways to move funds around. PayPal, for a long time, similar to Netflix, I wouldn't say it was the only game in town, but was by far, the biggest payment processing, the most convenient, all that kind of stuff. And, when you put your users at risk for doing nothing, especially when it's something around exercising their free speech, people don't stand for it. And I love it. I want to see people stand up for this crap, because who the hell are you, PayPal? Who the hell are you to have any kind of authority over any kind of content, any kind of speech, any kind of anything? And who are you to say what is or what isn't disinformation? Just like back to the Alex Jones thing real quick. How many other people that maybe put out information that turned out to be false and turned out to actually maybe harm people? How many of those are going to be held accountable? For what they've done over the last couple of years. And again, I'm not being disrespectful. Like, anybody that did anything that took Alex Jones's words and harassed the parents of the victims, anything like that, those people should be targeted. Okay, it shouldn't have fell on Alex Jones. If you're some person that listens to the guy on the radio and has enough hate in your heart that you end up in harassing parents of victims, whatever you think the case is, like, that is wrong, and those people should have been held accountable, not Alex Jones. So just me saying this, if one of you guys goes and harasses somebody, is it my fault? No. Good morning, Hills Bills. So basically what happened with PayPal is, what's up, Lionel? They put out a thing that, and it got misconstrued. It was basically if you're contributing through like a subscription basis or giving money to any kind of content provider or anything like that, and they're putting out disinformation, what's in the real print is that creator could be on the hook for something. I think it was like $2,500 or $3,500 or maybe more. But the way that it was put out that it would fall on the subscribers. So like if you subscribe to somebody, Hills, and they were putting out misinformation, the way that it was interpreted was that you could be on the hook. And it's just, they simply don't have that power. You know, it's, again, I'm all for preventing fraud, monitoring stuff like that, absolutely. But as far as, I don't know, it just, but luckily, like I said, it's not the only game in town. And you know what? Maybe there's some people out there that are for it, and God bless them. You know, I don't, in my personal opinion, I don't think that it's right, you know. And PayPal down 3%, so we've and they've come down, so they dropped significantly, you know, dropped 5%, followed up by 6.5%. You know, they've had a tough go since that news came out, and I don't think it's anything that's gonna shut PayPal down. I don't think it's a big enough thing that you're gonna see, you know, massive boycotts or things like that. But I think there are enough people out there that whatever side they're on, whether they're on the subscriber side, the creator side, I'm sure there's a lot of people that aren't gonna stand for it. Is it gonna hurt PayPal if some people on YouTube stop taking PayPal payments? Maybe not, but it's a small step, and it's one of those things where, you know, if you walk the walk, you should talk the talk. Like,
I'm talking it.
Well, that's what you gotta do. I won't be using PayPal, and it's not because I think me not using PayPal, that's gonna show them, it's gonna shut them down. No, because you know who has to look at me in the mirror every night? Me. Not any of you guys, not anybody else out there. And right is right and wrong is wrong. And I'm not saying everybody has that same compass, but I won't do business with them anymore. That's a great point too, Junk Savvy. That they were testing the waters. If the reaction wasn't what it was, they probably would have kept it. Very great point. I think you're spot on that. Yeah, the GoFundMe debacle as well. That's and is it okay? So, question for you guys: is it these companies coming up with these policies? Do you think this happened at a PayPal board meeting? And if it did, has that board been infiltrated? Because it doesn't seem, this stuff doesn't seem like stuff that business-minded people would implement. You know, and is there outside pressure coming from somewhere on them? Possibly. Yeah, I seen that too. I seen Chase terminated a religious freedom non-profits account, and then you got the whole Kanye West thing. Just crazy times. Yeah, I know, Tiny, and it see, that's where it stinks, because Cash App is so convenient. It is so convenient. But again, I know I'm going to start looking for alternative, and I know they're out there. And one of the big podcasts that I listened to just came out last night, a new episode. Shameless plug. Obviously, I have nothing to do with the podcast. But if you like hearing what the media says and you like it being dissected in a very bipartisan way, I highly recommend checking out the No Agenda podcast.
Those are 200. Those are 200, and the market's just leaving.
Yeah, you taking them?
Oh no, no, buddy. I'll see you when they get down there.
I don't have calls, non-refundable. I got puts.
All day, every day. Class on Sunday.
And I'm gonna get out of them probably when I go let the dogs out. Hopefully, only because they expire today, so I'm not pushing the envelope. They're green. Up.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
They're up 40% now.
Yeah, I would take those. Yeah, all day.
So, what time is it? 10:20. Yes, I'm gonna go do that real quick right now and let the puppy out. Maybe I'll try to get her back up here. We can get a puppy cam for a minute. So give me a few minutes, guys. If you haven't done so, please take a second to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, maybe share this video with a friend. Tell someone. If each of us tell 2 people and they tell 2 people and then each of those 2 people tell 2 more people, we'll be all right.
We could have like 70 people.
Yeah.
Hey, those are 200. Those are 190. Those are nasty.
You better take that 200 and call it a day.
Hey, buddy. Fast in the face of danger.
Hey, don't push the envelope.
Oh, I push it just a smidge.
All right, guys, I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Yes, sir. Oh, there's the 200 break right there. Oh, yes. That feels right. Nutty buddy, like a payday bar. Well, here you go. Now I'm posting these in the Discord. These are like most of the plays I've played today. I've actually been just kind of doing them with MIA. I don't know if you guys are able to. But good morning, everybody. Can you get a hi? Yeah, you want that one? Saw Dope Fiend put duct tape on his face. Said he was making him a duct tape beard. Why is the chat going? Oh, catching. I think I just went 200% options up from yesterday, 100 in the day from this morning to the high, and then flip that all back around for another 200 plunge so far. Oh, that's a disgusting trade. That's perfect all the way around. That one feels nice. You can get an all yeah for absolute days right now. Santa. Ricky Cogs, what's up, baby? PayPal does own Venmo too. Great. Nice. Right here is where I was looking at the 62.18 area. Is where I was looking at possibly getting a bounce. I really don't care if it does. I don't think that it's going to. Already gone through its 200. I mean, it does have some resistance up here, but I would think that it would probably get stopped at 63.54 before anything else, now that it's actually gone through that. Now that we've gone through the 62.60, excuse me, I do believe we'll probably get the underside of the 360. It'll probably be the 360... or excuse me, 359.60 at some point. Apple's breaking to the downside again. If Apple does want to go under that 139.95, ooh, that's bad. Tesla just broke down. Trend. Yeah, if Apple breaks low of 139.50, just get out of the way. Because this thing is about to just hurl itself into the ground if that's the case. But now that I look at it, if we can possibly get like a 38.50 by the end of the day, that would be gorgeous. I would be sliving, girl. Yes. And I'm thinking a bounce comes off of the big girl Tesla at the 209.80. Somewhere probably a little sub that, a little under that. I want to just see this rejection off of the SQs at the 62.95 area. Excuse me, that's not even close. 63.55. Hey Google. No, I don't think that's what that's made for. Yeah, Bank of America is Zelle though. I think there's another one called Skrill. Oh, look at the just beautiful candles on. Oh, I'm touching. I'm tingling. Oh. Amir slid in my DMs. He's trying to get me in the meme war right now. Trying to get me off he's trying to get me off track here, Grumpy. If I just had a big boy green candle going up to the top side. No thank you. I would like perhaps for you to turn down. Yeah, no, I would be playing a nasty spread if I even wanted to touch my bigger portfolio right this second. I don't even open that. But these smaller ones that we've been practicing with is not able to do day trading, I guess. That was one of the things I didn't want to have the advantage on. Good morning, Miss Robin. Yeah, Spy's probably going to get rejected right here. I even called the 361.59 out earlier to MIA. My peach indicator that I was talking about earlier. Wow, it's very weird not being able to go and show screen. Very odd. What's everybody else doing this morning? How's everybody? Oh, good morning. Looking ravishing. Oh, we're still going on the PayPal? Okay. I like it. See, I don't understand why my chat, like the actual chat bot, is so laggy compared to the actual stream. That doesn't make even the hell, not even a little bit.
Right, I see the market coming back a little bit while I was gone.
Oh, non-refundable. Thank you for keying us into that one, bro. We appreciate that.
TMI, baby, TMI.
Yeah, just a little.
All right, we got the Nasdaq down 1.25%, S&P down 0.96%, the Dow down 0.33%. Get a different watch list up there. And yes, guys, that too. I've got 20 different watch lists, so if you want, I try to switch it up as frequently as I can, but if you want a certain sector up there, just let me know.
I got 2 tickets to paradise.
Well, you know what? Eddie Money held a key to my city, so.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
So even more so that we need to go there.
Yeah, my mayor got highly intoxicated during an Eddie Money concert and gave him a key to the city.
Yes, sir.
Glorious.
It was glorious.
All right, that heat map really changed. But you know what? With Christmas coming up in a few months, we're guaranteed to get Christmas colors in the heat map. So let's always look to the upside here, guys.
Did you know that if you have a business and if you put 5 people on that business, right, and you make them the board of trustees or effectively, that you can go and have 5 completely paid vacations by your company as team building retreats or seminars or whatever, anywhere in the world, completely on your.
That's how the big businesses do it.
The beautiful thing. I'm thinking that, like, we should just make businesses and charge them for them.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds good in theory, but you have to make the business make money to have it.
No, just throw a couple dollars in there, get it started.
I mean, you could do that, but essentially you would be paying for your own vacation. So I don't know if it really works.
It's not my vacation. How many times have you ever heard me go on vacation? Ever? Never, never, never. But I'm saying,
you leave your house unless you're forced to.
That's pretty true. I mean, it's a. What do you want me to do? It's like.
Hey, I'm the same way. I leave the house. The only time I leave my house by myself is never, except for
I mean, I went and I don't mind being out of the house. I just like I am a person who does not like. So it's like it's a very abrasive thing to just stand next to somebody, like the guy that smells or something like that. I just tell him, like, not a lot of people,
Yeah, see,
probably appreciate that.
I'm the complete opposite. I talk to everybody. Me and Nikki this morning, I had to get gas before school, and I showed him. I'm like, you see what we did there? I said, we made 3 people smile effortlessly. 2 of them were holding the door, and then I carried a lady's Dunkin' Donuts to her car for her, because there's a Dunkin' Donuts inside the gas station, and she had like 4 drinks and like 3 bags she was trying to balance. And it literally took 3 minutes of my time. You know what I mean? But I get overwhelmed with that. See, I'm the opposite. A simple trip to the grocery store ends up taking me 3 hours because, I don't know, I want to friggin' save the world for some reason. I see people and they look like they could use some help, and I do it. Not because I'm some saint. It's second nature. It's my mother's fault, but it is what it is. Write-offs definitely are a big thing. Hills, I still don't quite understand them. You just write it off. My accountant does, though, so I'm good there.
Well, no.
But you still got to have money to write it off, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
Milady, huge Eddie Money fan. You got great taste. GAME, Sabrina Game, Engine Gaming and Media's influencer marketing platform, partners with popular marketing platforms Awin and ShareASale. Interesting. Yeah, I do. That's the one nice thing too, Hills, with everything kind of being digital nowadays. Not a whole lot of paper receipts. But yeah, I mean, but then I feel bad because one of my best friends is my accountant, and like, he's so burdened because he's a full-time accountant, and then during tax season, he doesn't do it as like a business, he just does it for all his friends. And then he's like insulted if you go somewhere else because he doesn't want you to pay for it. But it's like, I hate putting it on his plate because I know how busy he is, and not only busy with taxes, but it's also tax season at his profession. So he's dealing with that. It's always a stressful time of year. But I've been best friends with him for 20 plus years, so 30 plus years actually. Yeah, and different businesses. I wish they had that. I wish they had like something that you could look up, like a rating on how businesses use tax loopholes. It sounds horrible. I know it sounds horrible, but you have to understand that different businesses use tax loopholes differently, and although it's probably taboo to talk about, it is probably.
I'll talk about it.
Down to the bottom line, it probably does affect their profits and who's able to do what. That does include golf holidays to the U.S. for European employees, Birdie. I checked into that.
Absolutely. No, that's definitely no. Pebble was on the list. Tory was probably there too.
Yes. Love it.
So I think it might be one of those what are those called, excursions, where you have to just get on a plane and go to a different state the next day. Maybe play 5 rounds in 5 different states. It was one of those. That's a team builder right there.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I can see how this could be written off very quickly.
You guys got it easier in Canada when it comes to taxes. Yeah, ours are. That's my big beef with the tax system here is it can be simplified so much. It just seems like so many people go through unnecessary processes and stresses and things like that. Like, it's a stress, for all involved. I don't have the answer by any means, but I have to think that there's a simple. I mean, I look at it from a 12-year-old's point of view of like, okay, I work and I get a paycheck, you take taxes out, but then sometimes that's enough, sometimes it's not. Maybe at the end of the year you give me money back. Like, can't they just figure out, take exactly what you need from me out of my check and be done with it? Like, there has to be an easier way. I mean, I would like to see complete transparency. I would like to see where we see our tax dollars at work, not just metaphorically, not just saying, oh, well, you see people, maintaining your streets. That's your tax dollars at work, which I agree it is. But I think, we're evolved technologically enough that there could be, a way for us to see right down to the penny every dollar spent, how it's spent. Obviously, that's never going to happen. That's a dream scenario, but in a perfect world, I think that's how it would be. Well, and then it's really going to shake things up. And everything's fallen in line. Everything is fallen in line that we've talked about for months. We had all those IRS agents that were hired. And, it's not a conspiracy. It's not a this side or that side. They hired them for a reason. And we're seeing it threefold, I think. I think the 3 reasons behind that were... first and foremost, to get people that took advantage of PPE loans, which I agree, if they did it If they did it nefariously, a lot of these people that didn't need the money, that took it and did, whatever. Unfortunately, the higher ups that got the money, they had the lawyers to comb through those loans and be sure that they followed to the T what they had to do, because they became very profitable when those loans turned into grants. Other people that were dealing with a world that we didn't know what was going on. So their business, although it was primary, it was still kind of secondary, because the world, we didn't know where we were headed. We didn't know what was going on. So they take these loans to stay afloat. And I'm not taking all accountability off of them by any means. I'm not saying ever take anything from anybody without, reading the fine print. But a lot of people just did what they had to do to survive. With the way everything was so doom and gloom, I don't think people were looking to the future. People were looking to, how can I survive right now? So first off, you're going to have the IRS going after those people. Then the next part will be when crypto regulation comes into play. You'll have that. And then the third is what we're seeing now with Uber, with Lyft, with things like that, with kind of getting rid of the gig worker. Now, Birdie had a great take on that, that was kind of Uber's plan. If I'm remembering correctly, sorry guys, I gotta blow my nose, so I gotta take that off. If I'm remembering correctly, Birdie, and maybe that was a cheaper way for them to take over what would have been the taxi unions, by now being forced to basically treat gig workers as employees. Now, what does that mean for gig workers? What does that mean for Uber? I don't exactly know. Are people going to continue to do those jobs like Uber, like DoorDash, if they're putting these restrictions? You're not a gig worker anymore. So I don't quite know. I mean, I do DoorDash on the side. If it puts restrictions on me where now DoorDash has some kind of authority, because they're, those companies tend to be a work when you want to work type thing. Maybe I won't be able to do it. Maybe I'll have to look for something else on the side. You never know. And I think that'll be the same for probably a lot of people. Tennis is physical. What's up, buddy? What happened? So we had a run up in the morning. Banks posted what would appear to be good earnings on the surface. We seen that run up. Then we watched the UK press conference as they got bailed out. Oh man, hold on 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. Wind just picked up and blew my blinds off. So yeah, then we had the UK bailout. Watched a little bit of that, and then the market just started coming back. And we've been pretty much on a downtrend ever since. I would say that's about it in a nutshell. While you're here, though, tennis, our good friend Ron D wanted to pass along a big thank you to you, dropping that information on Rocket Labs that he was able to get in. So big shout out. You're getting there. You're getting there, Lobo. Looking for 500%. Whew. That's a lofty goal there, non-refundable. Lofty goal. It could happen, though. It could happen. If you're in the same one as me, I still haven't exited it. I am going to very, very shortly. It's up 40% right now. yeah, you might have to do a little buying, tennis. You know, I don't want to get in your pockets. I don't want to force the issue, but we might see some buying opportunities. But you know what? You've done well enough all week that you could just relax, my man. And I hope the trip was good. I hope the travel was good. Obviously, you got there safe, so that's good to see. NASDAQ now down 1.8%. S&P down 1.5%. The Dow bringing up the rear, down 0.82%. So lots of red. So now this is this a delayed reaction? Is this in part to the CPI? You never know. You never know, because there was really, outside of what we talked about later in the day yesterday with institutions being prepared for bad CPI, having positions to the downside, exiting those positions, entering long positions, running stocks back up, rinse and repeat. And we're probably going to see them exit those positions, maybe today, maybe Monday, maybe next week. We'll see them exit those positions, run it back up, rinse and repeat. You know, and that sounds very, very simplified, and I know it is. And I'm not saying that there's not a million other factors at play, but when you get down to it, what moves the market is so compressed into such a small group, or such a small whatever, that, you know. And I'll get Birdie's take later today on if this bailout, because that's where I'm interested. We seen the not the squeeze in the sense of a short squeeze, but we seen the squeeze starting to come as far as the plunge patrol losing power, not having that equity behind them, not having that leverage, not having that collateral. I want to know what kind of effect the Bank of England buyout is, or bailout, excuse me, is going to have on that. Oh, LVO Live One launches wine brand with R&B hitmaker Jeremy, and acclaimed winemaker. Wow, I'm off today. Russell Bevan. That's LVO. Beyond Meat. Some news as well. Again, thank you, Sabrina. Beyond Meat seen taking measures to restore long-term viability. So, what they've done is they found a way to, no, I don't know what they've done. I was going to say a smart comment there, but I'm not going to. I like Beyond Meat. Alright guys, 10:49 coming up on 11 o'clock. How's everybody feeling on this fabulous Friday? Tiny Boxes, what's up, Tiny Boxes? Twitter has some weirdness going on today. What we got? Share the weirdness. Let's get weird, Tiny. You know? Yes, never forget, Lobo. Friday, trash day. If any of you guys out there have to take your trash out. If you're on the East Coast, you probably already missed your opportunity, so sorry about it. But if you're out there on the left coast, get that trash out. So 3% roughly gains yesterday, getting wiped out. And that was after 6 straight days of red. I know it didn't really feel that way. It didn't seem like we were on that streak, but that did in fact happen. We had 6 days where the NASDAQ and the S&P finished in the red. Yesterday broke that streak. So again, guys, that's why we don't celebrate too hard. That's why when the market ran 3% yesterday, we didn't turn into wacky waving, inflatable, flailing, you know, giving it all back right now. So... Ah, okay. Oh, just the chart on Twitter. Oh, I thought you meant like on Twitter, Tiny. Like Tommy Lee was showing his wang again or something. You know what I mean? Like something was going on Twitter, not on the Twitter chart. I got you. Well, it's going to be interesting, Ace Lee, to see if another bank capitalizes off of this, right? And I guess it comes down to where Kanye leans politically. I don't know if it's just the statement Kanye made recently, which I didn't look too much into. I know he was partnering with, I'm sorry, I forget her name, the conservative. So I don't want to see banks become more politicized than they are, or anything like that. And I hope this doesn't go to something further. But I am interested to see if another bank, because you're not talking about a bank trying to get mine or your business. I'm not saying Kanye is up there in Bill Gates status or anything like that, but he's been very successful. I would think in a normal situation, most banks would bend over backwards to have his account. Now, again, I don't know. I don't know banking. Candace Owens, yes. Thank you, Tiny. Okay, there we go. Is that our first poll? Beautiful. Beautiful. I like it. So question in the chat, guys. Testing the waters again. Another milestone moment. Every one of these little things adds up to something bigger. But the question is, what have you made the most profit from while in bearish markets? Wow, and I think I have to tip the cap, because I think that's 4 great options there. Because I think when you talk index and ETF plays, you have your SPY, you have your SQs, you have your TQs, you have your JDAOs, you have your UDAOs. You have all the things that are really focused on that bearish or bull sentiment without being an individual stock. So I think that's one great option. I think meme stocks is another thing. Meme stocks we've seen definitely run against the grain, run against the market, not be as affected from kind of what's going on in the market. So I think that the downside of that is if you held meme stocks through this, maybe you didn't make money there in the long term, but maybe you were able to play those meme stocks up and down on the way. So a good potential there. Biopharma, the same thing. Same thing with biopharma. Not that in the overall status of a biopharma play, if you're long on it, long-term holding it, absolutely market conditions are going to play a fact into it. But biopharma catalysts, they sure they're affected. If a catalyst comes out on a day when the market's down 3%, it's absolutely going to have an effect. It'll still probably finish green. So what I'm saying is the chance to make money is there, because biopharma mainly moves on catalysts. And then your blue chip stocks, same kind of situation as maybe some of the meme plays, where if you just held blue chip stocks through a bearish market, that's not going to make you money. That's not to say that those don't have the best chance of coming back because they're blue chip stocks. But we've seen a number of swings in blue chip stocks, a number of 5% this way, 7% that way, maybe not intraday, but obviously with stocks like Apple down over 40% on the year, there's been swings. And whether you played it to the downside, played it back to the upside, played it the way that my man Tennis's Physical plays, which is 100%, shouldn't say 100%, but for the most part, the dip and rip strategy of, you might look at that chart from an outside point of view and just look at the opening and the closing numbers and think, okay, this is a stock that it showed strength because maybe it's down 5-6% on the year compared to the rest of the market. But then when you look at when you zoom in and you look at the peaks and valleys, even those stocks that have traded flat or on a slight downtrend, there's been enough dips, enough rips that you can definitely make money both ways on that. Sorry, that was very long-winded. Okay. When was that? How long ago was that, Hills, on Coinbase? And Coinbase has been another one. If you just look at it and you look at, well, where it started and where it ended up, sure, you're going to think, okay, most people got smoked. but there's been opportunity for sure. What about other ways of playing downside? So without I mean, you can absolutely play, and actually I don't want to say absolutely because I'm not sure. Are like the SQs and stuff available over there, Hills? Where you would be buying shares but still playing the downside. And Coinbase still, you know, we haven't seen the pop that I expected off of the BlackRock partnership, I guess you would call it. And maybe that hasn't really taken effect just yet, but them bringing institutional money into cryptocurrency through Coinbase is probably going to be a big deal. It might be scary for crypto in general, but for Coinbase, I think it looks good. Okay. Hey, doesn't matter what you sold before, as long as you sold for a as long as you sold for a profit. That's all. But I think they'll be all right. I think when regulations come in, I think being that they have BlackRock in their corner, even if that doesn't help them in any kind of official capacity, I think the regulations is not the regulations on us buying crypto, but the regulations that come into those exchanges. I've got a feeling that those will be changes that I'm not saying Coinbase is going to necessarily benefit off of them, but I think Coinbase will be in a position to not decline off of the regulations, I guess. Crypto GEO trying to move back up. It dipped down into the red for a few minutes, hit 852. Looked like it got a bounce there, back up at 860, up 0.5%. Still a sea of red out there for the most part. Oh, we got duels going on in the chat. Yeah, and I mean, what did it run up to that day? I mean, I can't. I know I watched it live and everything. I can't remember. So it ran up to 429.54 was the high on IPO. And, you know, in relative terms, it's not that long ago either. It was only April of last year. So you're talking a year and 6 months, a year and a half. Crazy. And that was a very, maybe not manipulated on the, like, as far as anything, any shenanigans going on with the sales or anything like that, but just the way that they talked about it in hindsight after watching the media just drool over it, and Kramer, oh, it's great, I like it at 440. Like, it was really a and then you've seen, you know, the same thing with the Robinhood IPO, where, you know, execs, they sold out quick. You know, they made their money at the top. I just thought the Robinhood one was hilarious, that the Robinhood, Vlad and those people, they sold off on the Robinhood IPO, but then punished people on their platform with those IPO flippers with that, you know. Oh yeah, big time. And Hills, I think I'll have to say allegedly, but I think that some people out there were taken care of to kind of push it. You know, I don't have any proof, obviously, but just the sentiment of it. And I mean, going back in time to when it took place, it did seem like a great thing. But I think people that were big fans of crypto got caught up in it because I think they seen Coinbase going public as as legitimizing crypto. You know what I mean? So I think maybe they got caught up in the hype, and people that maybe were on the fence about crypto looked at it like they could get into some crypto without buying crypto. I think, crypto was, and it's still new, but at that time, I think people still looked at it like I can get some exposure to crypto through Coinbase, and this way, in a weird way, I'm protected. I could be wrong. I just think that time was, I don't know, and maybe it recovers. I mean, poor Kathy Wood. I felt bad for her with that, and for some people, that lost credibility for Kathy Wood. That for me, it really didn't. I still think she's brilliant. I don't think everything that she says is correct. I don't necessarily think that it's completely wrong, but she took it bad on that. Crypto saying, watch out for the SPAC Concord Acquisition Corp to IPO USDC by year's end. Circle is all into CBDC space. Okay, so Concord Acquisition Corp. So are they okay? So are they already? They're already public, right? They're gonna merge with USDC through a SPAC. Am I reading that correct? I know you're at work, Crypto. I appreciate you taking the time to drop that info. I know she will. I don't feel bad for her per se, because I don't think I just, you know what it is, Hills? Whenever I see somebody that, like, I think they have true intentions. I think she's a straight shooter. Like, I think that her choices are, half chance, just like all of us. But I think she is genuinely trying to do good for her investors, and the awareness that she tries to spread in certain stuff. I think it's all genuine. That's where I say I feel bad. I don't necessarily feel like sorry for her. I know she's doing fine. She's gonna be okay. But I just I don't know. She seems like she gets a bad deal, and I've told you that, Hills. I don't see most things as a most things I see men and equal as equal. I don't see it being a problem. I do feel with her sometimes in certain situations that she does get treated a little bit differently because she's a woman. In an industry that's typically been dominated by men, and I respect that about her, that she's able to take that. And I think she's just as powerful as any man. I think everything she has to say, I listen to. I mean, I think it's ridiculous if anybody does do that, and looks at her in any kind of short-sighted way just because she's a woman. Like, that's ridiculous. But unfortunately, I'm man enough to admit that I see it. I'm not saying I see it with any of you guys or regular people, but you see it on. You get her in a situation where she's in those boxes on the screen, and there's 4 guys in those boxes. They gang up on her. It is what it is. They put her on a pedestal just to knock her off. Yes, I can see that. Okay, I'm sorry. Read the heist. Where's the heist? I go off. Where's it at? You can't find unable to find a suitable boss for your group size. Either you don't have the minimum amount of people required, or you're way over the maximum. I don't know. Keep fighting that bot, Enzo. You're gonna get him.
I'm gonna freak out.
No, you got this. Stay calm. Stay cool. Keep plugging away.
No, it's fine. It's just like it doesn't say anything about the amount of people.
Okay, we'll find it. Ace Lee saying people here in Asia are posting how much their meals cost. Someone posted a shrimp egg for 12. A shrimp egg or a shrimp egg roll? Either way, $12. No, non-refundable. I got stopped out on the way back down. Not complaining. It was, hold on, 23%. And it was just because of what I put it at. Bought at 45. What did it sell at? Oh, hold on, sorry. E-Trade logs me out of my account. So ridiculous. Yeah, I was in at 45, out at 55, non-refundable. Could have got more out of it. It was up 60%. I got greedy. But I set the stop loss. I got greedy, but I set the stop loss. So market coming back. We'll see if this is a real recovery or if we come back down. Lag and top keep getting halted. Thank you, non-refundable. Intelligent Living Application Group, ILAG. Let's see, halted upside, way upside, 9:35. So that's only been halted for 4 minutes. And then what was the other one? Top. Oh, the arena is currently being cleaned up. Won't be available for at least 44 seconds. Well, and then let me. No, I didn't get her. She's down. I'll get her in a minute. I tried to bring her up, and she didn't want to leave the little one. They're being brats this morning. The dogs. But I will make it happen. I promise. I promise. Hills, you know what I wanted to ask you about Kathy Wood too is last year, do you feel like she became a victim of her popularity? And I think that plays into like a lot of people, except for my man Saucy Fredo. My man Saucy Fredo always loved Kathy Wood, was always proud that he was following her, maybe not directly into a trade, but what do we gotta type? Exclamation point. Boss? Like a boss. Okay. What I wondered about some of her plays is if because so many people piled on to what she was doing, it forced a negative effect. Like plays that if didn't get so many eyes because so many people were watching her every move, it you know, early last year she was the hot thing for a minute. A lot of people were playing off of her on Reddit, stuff like that as it was going. So I always wondered, like, did her plays lose like steam because so many people were piling on? And that's something we're never going to know. I'm sure there's no statistic to prove that, but So iLag still halted. What else? $11.11. Make a wish.
Make a wish.
Hey, that's my son's birthday, so I always make a wish on it.
Makes sense.
Okay, not enough people were interested. Okay, so hey, we had too many people last time. Not enough people this time. We're honing in on the sweet spot. Cause you gotta
That's
have
the
those,
arena.
you know?
That was the free for all. Here you go.
A good point, Hills. Yeah, you got Kramer telling people to buy Lucid at 54, and he got a show. She says buy anything and 900 videos about how she's an idiot. Yeah, I didn't put it as well worded as that, but yeah, that's a good way to look at it. And I think maybe long term, I think people that stick with her, and whether it's through her ARK investments or whether it's somebody like Saucy who kind of would play both. He's invested in ARK, he believes in it, but he would also take some of the individual plays out of ARK and do those in his own way. And there's not a financial person out there that if you followed them this last year, just made money consistently. There was losses to be had by everybody. Some people were upfront about them. Some people maybe tried to hide them. But I think if people stick with Cathie Wood and stick with her vision, I'm not saying that she's 100% correct, but I think 3-5 years from now, I think you'll be sitting okay. I think she's in tune with technology and the capabilities of technology, and she's forward thinking all the time, and maybe that gets her in trouble a little bit.
She might be a little too far ahead.
What's that?
She might be a little too far ahead as well.
Very true. Very true. And that's where I say maybe she doesn't look at things historically, and that kind of weighs on her decisions. But hey, nobody's perfect and nobody uses everything, but I like her. Grumpy old man asking for a refund. Oh, Grumpy. Put on Amsterdam for Monday, Birdie? I don't know. You know what? I don't think I can even really give you any kind of answer on that until we talk later, because I rely on you for the Amsterdam's exchange movement. I know it moves relative on how we move over here, but for something like what's going on in the UK, that's what I want your opinion on. Is that going to have a bigger effect on European markets? How far does it extend? And what do we see the rest of the day, Birdie? Do we see an afternoon rally off of this, or do we see a slow bleed throughout the rest of the day? Will Enzo defeat the Nightbot by day's end? You got to stay tuned to find out. And guys, I hope you know I'm laughing only because I love this guy and I know how hard he's working on this, and I know how many little hiccups that were completely out of our control, out of his control, that he's had to overcome with Streamlabs and things like that. And I don't want you to think I'm laughing at him. I'm laughing with him. This is a process, and thank you guys for the patience. We're getting all this stuff ironed out. It's week 1, baby. It's week 1. Rome wasn't built in a week. I'm not sure how long it took, but it was a lot longer than a week.
Yeah, no, I just think it's comical at this point. I just keep getting touched by AI.
Well, listen, this is the future. We're kind of setting people up right now, and we might have a segment, Enzo versus the robot, just to kind of prepare. As robots become more a part of our daily society. You know, at some point, we're going to be ordering our burgers from robots. And I don't know about you guys, but I want to know how to interact them. I don't worry so much about looking at an employee the wrong way or saying the wrong thing, and they're going to, you know, but if I'm face to face with a robot handing me my Big Mac, I might not want to do some things. I might want to, you know, it might be a soup Nazi type situation. We don't know. We don't know where this is going to go.
Mystic Mac. I predict these things.
iLag halted again. So iLag came out of that halt, ran up to 1162, came back down, then pushed back up and halted again to the upside at 1127. I think that was a lot faster, Lobo. Again, I'm not sure how ancient time works, what, you know, if they used years, if that's proper. But I would say it took Rome a lot shorter time to burn than to make. Mr. Burry, cheers, my friend. It's coffee, but you go enjoy a drink. You have a great weekend. We'll be around in the Discord. If you get any free time over the weekend, feel free to hit us up. And again, Bratney, really appreciate you being here, brother. Could place wouldn't have been right without you, man. Have a great weekend, and we're gonna do this all over again next week. We're gonna be coming back bigger, better, badder, all that. Okay, the arena has been cleaned up. Now it's exclamation point free for all. Na 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 na. Gotta see if we can't contact Teddy and see if maybe we can get that little clip every time the heist starts. It's a free for all. Na 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 na.
You say Teddy like I know this guy.
Ted Nugent, man, Uncle Ted.
Oh, Uncle. Perfect.
Oh, a custom merchandising platform for a clothing business. Now that sounds fun and profitable, Michael Burry. That's what I'm talking about.
I have the guy for it. The clothes I'm wearing, or like the shirt that I'm wearing. And it's actually funny because the logo or the name of the brand is called Family Over Everything.
Where have I heard? Where would I know that brand from? That sounds very, very familiar.
Texas.
Were they on like
they were in
Shark Tank
Chicago
or something? Did they come from like Shark Tank or something?
No, it's just my boys in the hood.
Oh, no crap. Yeah, that sounds very, very familiar. That's right.
No.
Lady Robin, Motor City Madman. I love him. You know, and if you ever have a chance, if you're into conservation, if you're into anything like that, Ted Nugent is a great one to listen to. Take any of the politicalness out of it. Just his talks on animal conservation and things like that. He's really done a lot to preserve nature, to create some sustainable living, and the guy's giving back, and it's not talked about a lot, but something like 90% of the food that gets hunted on the land that he owns or is associated with goes to homeless shelters, things like that, and dude does some awesome stuff. iLag coming out of this halt up 118%, hit that $12 mark, pushing back down, pushed all the way down, maybe halted to the downside. 1062, waiting for the halt notification, but seems to be halted up 101.9%. So came out of the halt, ran up about 34 cents to $12, immediately pushed back down, and again halted to the downside at 1062. Oh, Milady was the only one that made it out, right? The combatants are going head to head in the arena. So do we fight each other? You can hear their weapons clashing and sparks fly in all directions. Suddenly, a sandstorm erupts. The dust finally settled, and only the following people emerged: Lady, Robin, whatever. Okay.
It's just better, dude. Keep trying to explain this to you people.
Birdie's got the right idea. I think we should just buy a golf course in Florida and do our trading stuff and broadcasting from the office in the clubhouse. Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Maybe somebody else's office.
I think you just soup up a golf cart, Birdie, and turn that into a mobile office.
Or maybe like a motor home.
Yeah. Yeah, if you watch the Tiger Woods documentary, his dad was doing bad things in a motorhome on the golf course while he was
doing
training.
Doing the giggity.
Yep.
Doing that crack.
Yeah, he liked to have fun.
Yeah. A little bit of crack's okay.
Tennis loving that DNA. Might have caught the bottom. 261. I like it. Up almost 2 cents already on that. 262.9. And again, that's another one of those stocks. I know you know it inside and out. So, yeah, it might be. Non-refundable asking, is the SPY gonna pump or dump? In my opinion, I don't think it's really gonna do either. I could see maybe we see some action in the next hour. I would say after that we get sideways until power hour and maybe a late rally. But I would say at the end, where do you think we finish?
Probably 358.
But who knows? Always the wild card aspect on a Friday afternoon. Typically would be after the market closes, but everybody knows about media dumps on Fridays. They try to slip some important stuff past where nobody's watching. So you always got that. I always try to keep that in the back of my mind on a Friday afternoon that something could come out. What's so funny?
Wow. That took me by surprise. I just choked. Wow. That's great. Hold on a second. I'll share this one with you. This is good stuff.
Okay. Birdie, nice job. €20 on a call on the AEX in 20 minutes. Love it.
Check your phone. The level of detail, bro. The level of detail is so good. It's so good. Okie dokie. I mean, I stocked up.
Oh. Who did that?
Hey, dude, I can't name names.
Okay.
But like, the level of detail should go and probably tell you all you need to know.
That's good. Bullfrogging. What's up, Bullfrogging? Good to see you.
What's up, handsome?
Yeah, he did shave McMahon's head.
We were just talking about him earlier.
Yes, we were.
His ears were burning.
So, NASDAQ holding that 1.5% loss. S&P still down over 1%, down 1.07. The Dow down 0.33. AMC holding slight gains. GME, will they get it under 25? 25.28 on GameStop. And that is down 1%. 8 down 2%, 178.
Would people be interested in like a MIA shirt? I'd be curious to know.
got an
Like,
MIA shirt. You know who made
No.
it for me? My man Stanley. Stanley and Pauline sent
Right.
me an MIA
No,
shirt.
but I'm saying like actual, like merch, like an actual set merch.
Possibly.
Maybe with your head, just big picture, like Steve-O's back tattoo.
Oh no, not that.
Yeah, that'd be.
CEI. Tennis is physical, going ballistic. So much for no buy-in, huh? 500 shares Cybin, CEI, RIBT, and AILIDR. It is done buying, but I could change my mind after lunch. I love it. I know my man GTA would be happy to see you buying that CEI. And that's down 3.5%. And you know what's great, tennis, is too often when people are getting in on stuff, it's when it's up. And sometimes it's warranted. Don't get me wrong. If you catch it early on the way up, absolutely. But I know usually if you're adding to something, before I even look at the chart, I usually know that it's down between the 3 and 7% range. Obviously, sometimes I've seen you catch some dips that are, over the top ones in kind of different plays. But as far as your core group of the stocks that you look at on a day-to-day basis, when you add, I always know, like I said, before I even look at it, I know what it's going to be down. And then I got that watch list and I look at it a day later, sometimes 2 days, sometimes a week. And I look from those prices and you're up over 10%, 17%. So well done, my friend. And yeah, I like that you adapt. You don't just buy now and say, well, it's got to come back. You're going to look at it like, well, I scaled in here. If these things continue to dip in the afternoon, I grab that tasty dip up and wait for Monday to rip. That's all. Lobo, my man. I appreciate that, Lobo. Really, some kids just threw tomato soup on the Sunflower's original Van Gogh painting. Did it make it to the painting itself, or did they just did they throw it on whatever it's encased in? Because we just seen that recently with another very high profile painting. I forget exactly which one it was, but somebody trying to make a statement by doing something. Oh, Tiny coming to the right coast. I like it. Headed to Boston and Vermont for a week. Beautiful. That's my cousin in Boston. Yeah, you'll have fun out there. I've only been there a few times. I had a blast. I wasn't treated good because I was wearing Mets clothes at the time, but other than that, it was cool. Yes, change up. Buy order set for DNA at 260. I know, it's so funny because I'm looking at it. I'm seeing 261, and I'm thinking the whole time, I'm like, if I know tennis, he's going to see that this immediate bounce didn't happen, and he's going to pick up some more if it goes down. I knew it. They opened it and poured it directly. Oh, my goodness. It's on the painting. I hope. Okay, so Lobo saying it had glass on it, and you know how it is, Tiny, with when people scramble to get news out. We could probably be looking at two different, an angle that's looking like it poured on directly on it, and then another one that's, you know how it is. Super gluing themselves to the wall. And hey, I'm all for the freedom to whatever they're protesting or whatever they're, I don't know what their motives are here, but ruining and I'm not really into art in the sense of, I've never spent money. I respect art. I love being able to pick up art from unknown artists, things like that. Some of the stuff I don't buy into just being worth $20 million because somebody tells me it is. Again, I respect art. I love art, but like, don't ruin stuff like that. Like that's stuff that's history. That's part of our history, and I don't mean American or any. That's human history. The evolution of art and how it's come over the years. They need to make some examples out of these people, I think, because it's just unnecessary. No sell-off on Centro. Where we at? Yeah, but Hills, we're in that zone. What's scaring me about Centro right now is we gonna have another reverse split? I mean, maybe, and again, I guess it might not be the worst thing in the world because you know, it does have they got a ridiculously high float on Centro, 161 million. Maybe it doesn't get to that point. I mean, we haven't been we haven't been out of compliance for too long. And really just going on a couple weeks. But hopefully that doesn't lead to anything. If we can get back over that dollar mark and at least stay there. Birdie says, nope, don't trust the market. No put on Amsterdam, now closed minus 0.16% after being plus 2% this morning. It will open as Wall Street closed today. I just don't know. Okay, so you think you're not sure where we go in the U.S. markets the rest of the day, and you think that'll directly correlate to how Amsterdam Exchange opens on Monday. But like, so what about the painting is oil? Is it an oil painting? Is that like, I don't understand the correlation. Just like, you know, some of those people that ran on the court at NBA games I'm not sure what they were protesting. That lady that glued herself to the floor. Interest rate derivative stuff. I like it, Germ Corp. The trade is basically saying that interest rates go higher. Long puts on euro dollar futures. No, I don't think a lot of people do, and I think just not knowing about them and understanding them is a big part of it, Germ Corp. Go enjoy that salad, Tennis is Physical. The correlation is sunflower oil. That's deep, Birdie. That's deep. So they attacked the messaging in the painting because there's sunflowers on there. A new Naked Gun movie is a go at Paramount with Liam Neeson starring and Lonely Island's Akiva Schaffer directing. So I have to assume Liam Neeson is going to assume the Leslie Nielsen role. He could probably pull that off. I think he could probably pull it off. I think he's got that dry enough delivery that I think he can probably pull it off. Germ Corp, you are a godsend, my friend. So Germ Corp gonna drop something in Discord on those interest rate derivatives he was talking about. Beautiful. Okay. Well, will you guys want it now? I mean, I'm sure. Well, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I was still thinking that they got it on the actual painting. So, I don't know. You know what? Someone told me the last time when that happened, Birdie was, and I forget again, I'm sure you guys remember, it was the last, well, maybe not the last, but the other one that made the news where they tried to do the same thing. They didn't get it on the actual painting, but somebody had mentioned they were like, keep an eye on big art, on a big art auction to see if there's one right after. And I'm like, what? And again, I've never bought anything in an art auction. I don't know how they work, but their point was stuff like this, not saying that it was set up or anything, but like put stuff like this when it makes its way into the media. Now art is a hot topic. Now it looks like, oh, you know, priceless works of art. These things are in danger. You know what I mean? You might want to get you one. So something like that, you know. That absolutely was, Hills Bills. That absolutely was. I am serious, and don't call me Shirley. That guy's my favorite. What's funny is I liked him so much as a kid. When I got older and access to you know, older films and things like that became available, I went back and I tried to watch some Leslie Nielsen's like pre-Naked Gun movies. And a lot of them were in black and white, with the exception of Creepshow. He was in Creepshow 1 or 2. I couldn't follow the movies at all because I couldn't tell if he was being serious. Like, I didn't know if it, you know, his dry humor is so ingrained in me. I couldn't tell if he, like, I had to turn the movie. Like, I think I tried 3 different movies, and I could not tell in any one if I was watching a comedy, anything. And I mean, I ruined it for myself because I hold him in such high regards because he's just he was amazing. Premeditated insurance fraud, yeah, we know art's up there with the best, you know. It's you know, and it's there's a million YouTube videos about you know, higher echelon art insurance fraud and what is insurance fraud, what's not, you know, where somebody pays somebody. The example they use is, okay, I commission you to paint me something for $50,000. I give you $50,000, you give me the painting. Now I go to this appraiser who appraises that at $20 million. Now I've got a $20 million piece of art that I just paid $50,000 for. Now that thing goes, now we have a fire. The cat knocks over the lamp, you know what I mean? There's a fire. You're getting reimbursed that $20 million because, you know, and I know that's a long shot way of saying it, but that seemed to be the most realistic way of me figuring it out.
So, hey, MIA, how are you today?
I am fantastic, Mr. Hunter.
Perfect. Now, I was just really busy with scalping the Amsterdam Stock Exchange puts, and the last trade was a call.
I like it.
But I heard you talk about the bailout that happened in England. I only know that a chancellor, a minister of finance, that they call that a chancellor in England, and he was fired. And that's basically the only news out of England that I've seen. Maybe Germcorp is closer to the news. Maybe you have heard something, but anything you Google, you won't find new statements.
But wasn't part of them being fired also reversing all the proposal to stop buying bonds? Didn't that come with that? Like, so all the economic policies that she ran on and that she instituted when she got in all got reversed, right?
Yeah, but that was in the beginning of the week already the case. And because of that, no one believes either the Chancellor nor the new Prime Minister. And someone's head had to be cut off. And, well, they chose for the Chancellor. But the policy was already off the table at the beginning of the week. And that had no real... Yeah, well, there was a correlation, of course, because everyone started selling their UK or Britain bonds as they had this ridiculous plan of decreasing the tax for the rich people. That was basically the plan. And then you saw the reaction, sell-off at the bond market, and they quickly reversed it before last weekend. So the plan was off the table, but the problems remain, and the problems at the pensions are still there, and therefore it is important that I just step in for a while, because there's no solution at all, not today at least.
No, I
And maybe
appreciate
we
it.
can
I've
see
been
a
waiting
result
for your take on this all day. I knew, I know it's Friday over there, but I know you still have a job to take care of and stuff, so I didn't want to bother you
well.
until you had time.
Yeah, no, I'm good now. It's 5:45 almost. I think I'm good. But this is kind of scary because nothing happened, and those pension funds still need support. They got support around, anywhere between 6 and 10 billion a day for the last 14 trading days. And that stops today. So what happens on Monday? Without the support. I think the pension funds need to sell assets, and you will see that in the market.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about that yesterday. So the government bonds are basically worthless from what you said, right? So those won't be the first thing to sell off, will they? Will they sell the worthless stuff off first, or will they sell? Because
there's no buyers for the bonds. That's their main problem. No one wants them.
Aye.
Would you buy a UK government bond now?
Not a chance.
No, and that's how the rest of the world looks at that too.
Okay,
I am really
then
interested in this.
I have to ask who could be the savior, and again, and you can tell me wholeheartedly again. Say MIA, nobody's coming to save them, but I have to ask: is there?
The only solution they have is print more cash, as they have done in any similar situation in the last decade. And that's what they will probably do, but that will devaluate their pound even more and will cause further damage on the long term for any pension fund. So it makes no sense. And they're basically, what they should do, but what every government in the Western world should have done the last 10 years is just cut the costs of the administrations and of the government spending. That's what should have been done. Maybe if they start doing it now and do it really rapidly, maybe that will help regain some confidence, and then print some more money. But you need confidence of the people in your policies, and that is not anywhere to be found.
Oh man, that doesn't sound good.
No, it really is a difficult situation. Either way you look at it, it's hard to find a solution for this.
Well, so what do we do to prepare? I guess that's the next question. What do we do? Obviously, it's out of our hands. We can't solve the world's problems over there, but what we can do, Bertie, is anticipate. I guess we have to really look at both effects on something like this, right? What's going to be the short-term reaction? How much will the effects that may not go into, that may not hit the people until months down the line, how much of that will be worrisome right now? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Germcorp puts it in the chat right now as it is. And Germcorp isn't sure what's going on as well. Bailey from the Bank of England said in Washington, but this was last Wednesday, that the funds had 3 days to sell their risky stocks. Or risky stocks. I didn't hear that interview, but to clear up their mess. That's what was basically what had been said on Wednesday. You've got 3 days to sort out your balance. And they did that for the 10 days prior to last Wednesday by help from the Bank of England, and that was on the one day it was 6 billion and the next day it was 10 billion. And that statement of Mr. Bailey of the Bank of England was clear on Wednesday: you will not get any money from us after Friday the 14th. So that is basically what we know right now. And that means that unless the market get a real big pump today, their assets on their balance sheets will obviously grow. And that would maybe buy them some time until the next downfall on the markets, because money they don't get.
I love it. Germ Corp, Grant, thank you guys for contributing, and that was really important this morning. And now, sorry, Bertie, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
no. But I'm reading. I'm basically also talking to Germ Corp because this is exactly what's the problem. There will be a currency crisis because either way, there needs to be extra money that is not available in the current currency capacity. And therefore, you need to print money. And you can't just print money. There needs to be some kind of value against that on someone's balance sheet. And that is a government bond. But no one wants to buy them. And that's the issue. But the British pound is under severe pressure. Maybe, with your administration, the US administration is in the same kind of difficulties with their own bond market. And normally, friendly or friends in the world would help you out and buy up your bonds. But that's not the case because everyone has his own similar problems at this moment. The ECB will not do it because they are still upset about Britain leaving the European Union. I don't think there's, we saw what happened last weekend when the Credit Suisse got bailed out by the Fed for 3 billion. But 3 billion is something else than 355 billion.
Yeah, big difference.
That is a big difference. But how will markets respond? Well, so far, nothing. But if I would have to make a bet for the coming month, it would be a put, of course.
Okay. Is there any chance of any kind of China being in play, anybody like that swooping in? And I know China's probably not in a position to do that, but that buying bonds isn't quite buying up debt the way that China likes to through different initiatives. But do we see any outside? Do we see anything that? And I don't want to make it divisive in the sense of alignment in the world right now, but obviously we see certain lines being drawn, certain allies kind of aligning with each other. Do we see anybody kind of on that side making any kind of surprise move just in an effort to really disrupt things?
China is not going to help Britain. No, that's not going to happen. Now, what still is in place is the Commonwealth, and that's New Zealand, Australia, Canada, even America is part of the Commonwealth, although in a different way.
Right.
But those countries could help. But even Sri Lanka is part of that, but they are the most bankrupt country in the world. So I don't see where help can come from at this moment. 10 years ago, you could think that China would play a role because they wanted to improve their importance in the world. And they would step in and help you out in order for extra trade deals and benefits for them. But they are in huge problems too. Their economy is decreasing, and people are really upset about everything at this moment in China. You're asking me, but I don't have the answer.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, Bertie. I'm sorry. When it comes to stuff like this, I just try to think of not because I'm trying to put you on the spot or prove you wrong. I'm just thinking outside of the box of what, and I know you, Germ Corp, Grant, I know you guys have a much better understanding of how things are more intertwined. And again, it goes back to that Americanized point of view. You know, it's not even a point of view. It's just I see the way America works, and obviously things work differently over there. Not for the better or worse. It's just a different system, and that's why I lean on you so much as far as trying to tie things together, not disregard what's going on over there in any sense, but kind of in a selfish way, try to figure out what the effect that it's going to have over here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the effect is basically the same. If your pension fund in the US, I don't know, the largest pension fund in the US is basically the pension fund of all the government employers, firemen and policemen and teachers. And well, if that pension fund would have the same problem in the US, it would affect the Dutch and British and the Paris exchanges equally to the NASDAQ, because all those pension funds all over the world, they trade globally. The Dutch pension fund has more equities on their portfolio from the NASDAQ than from the Dutch exchange, and that's the other way around. It's all over the world. So British pension funds in trouble means trouble for all of us.
Well, thanks for putting a positive spin on that, Bertie.
Yeah, well, as long as you know how to trade, and we now do know how to trade. So if there's a sell-off in the market, just buy puts. yeah, it's that simple.
Yeah, you know, or inverse plays. You know, still got a lot of people out there that you know don't feel comfortable with call options yet, and that's absolutely fine. There's other ways to hedge. You know, the one thing I will say, you have to invest a little bit more money if you're hedging through shares. But, you know, buying shares of SQ or something like that, it's just as doable. And I say that with all due respect, because definitely if you don't feel comfortable trading options, don't get into them until you do. And, you know, we're a tight enough group around here right now that if you're serious about getting into them, you want to learn the basics, reach out to one of us, and we will we'll try to figure out a way, because I was talking to somebody this morning about that. When it comes to options, it's not there's not anything that I could say works for everybody. Watch this video and you'll know this, because it took me a long time till I found somebody that broke it down in a way that made complete sense to me. So, you know, if you have any questions, you guys know how to get a hold of me, Enzo, Bertie. You're doing a phenomenal job. And yeah, just like I said, you want to feel comfortable, because you're taking a greater risk in one sense of a call, you know, of a play that's going to move a little bit quicker, has the chance to go to zero, but at the same time, you can take less of a risk in the sense of not having to risk as much money. So pros and cons of both. There's and I'm definitely not trying to pressure anybody or saying, hey, if you're not trading options, you're not doing it. Not at all. Not at all. If you feel comfortable with shares, you know, we're always going to cover the SQ. We're not just going to cover just call options here. You know, that's not what we're about. Obviously, Enzo, the Discord is his baby, because he's trading options all day long, you know, from open to close. And that is a very unique skill. But obviously, we want to cover the whole market on a big basis and everything that goes on. So we're gonna be mixing it up back and forth.
Yeah, and Germ Corp made one more really important statement in the chat. He said just a bit scroll a bit up. Basically, it's coming to the point of no faith in central banks. And when that happens, the next step is to the faceless IMF. And then they dictate the rules. So you know the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, and that's the bank of all banks. And For instance, if you look at the most recent example is Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka had an economy that was highly depending on tourism, and then we got this pandemic, and tourism as a source of income completely fell away for 2 years. What did they do too? The government that was they've basically been kicked out of the country, but that government also had plans for a Green Deal, so you could not use fertilizer anymore in Sri Lanka for your crops, and instead of 4 times making crops from one piece of land without fertilizer, you can only do it once, and so the problems were double. So you don't have any products to export. There's no foreign currency coming into your country because of the lack of tourism. So you go bust. You basically run out of money. And what you do at that moment normally is you call the IMF and you say, hey, IMF, we are in trouble. Our balance is way unbalanced. And could you drop us some dollars to create that balance back on our sheets? That is what did not happen, and this is why it's important what Corp said. This was happening since basically the Second World War, when the United Nations were formed, and then the IMF was formed for cases like this. A lot of poor countries all around the globe made use of this. And over the last couple of decades, the rules of the IMF were getting stricter and stricter, and not to the benefit of those countries that were already in need. Then they had rules dictated by the IMF, and basically they would survive for another 5 years and had to refinance again, call the IMF again, and they could put in more rules, and so you never came out of that. And there's a group of countries that do understand what the policy of the IMF have been over the last couple of decades, and that is the BRICS countries. And here's where it's important, because the BRIC countries, that is Russia, India, Argentina, maybe some Middle Eastern countries, are now getting closer and closer together, and they are forming their own IMF. So if a country is in need, you don't call the IMF, you call one of the BRICS countries. That's in the making right now. And it's already in function, because the IMF is not welcome anymore in Sri Lanka. No, China is helping them. And China is also part of those BRIC group. So you have a very, very large change in the global economic settings, and that's actually going on right now. We are living in a period of big change.
Birdie.
So sorry, but this is what it is.
No, it's the truth hurts sometimes, but you gotta. These are the conversations that need to take place. These, like you said, at least we have some foreshadowing, because I still think there's a lot of people out there that have no clue what's going on in the world. I think there's people that watch mainstream media and hear everything's fine. Everything's fine. There's only one threat in the world right now, and that threat's responsible for any problems. And once that's taken care of, nothing to worry about. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's.
But basically, Tennis is putting in a statement as well. I know a lot of people feel that way, but what's basically going on over there is the fight between the old system run by America and the countries that don't like to be run by America anymore. And that's what, the playing field is unfortunately Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a bad situation. Shouldn't happen. Start talking.
Now, GermCorp, that was why I mentioned that. What you said right there about the China-Sri Lanka relation, that was exactly why I asked Birdie if there was any kind of potential of them stepping in some kind of sense like that. You know, that's, what is it, the Belt and Road initiative that they do, where they, you know, help countries out and leave them riddled with Chinese debt.
Yeah, exactly, GermCorp. That's the way China does it now. And please be aware of all the countries, especially in Africa, where China had made huge investments in their infrastructure with all the same contracts. So if you default on payments on the loan, we own that. Harbor, road, bridge, whatever. That's always in the contract. And if you zoom in into the continent of Australia, all the investments that have been made in infrastructure projects over the last 10 years, and dig in how they financed it. It's basically all paid by China. And that's a scary thing.
Well, yeah, and Birdie,
Italy, same. Yeah, the same.
I was just gonna say.
Do you remember? Yeah. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say you were talking about Italy's role in it the other day. You had a great perspective on that.
Yeah, but Italy is such a crazy country. It is a lovely country. I love to be there, and I like the people. But it is very, very ill organized for European standards. And the thing that scared me most was at the beginning of this pandemic, the pictures from the city or town, as you would call it, called Bergamo. Okay, they were horrible, and of course it was. But it's not about that illness. What it is about is some people did some research. How can a virus from China be all of a sudden so dominant in a part of Italy? Well, the answer is pretty simple, because there are over 100,000 Chinese people living and working in the Chinese paid factories and infrastructure in that area in Italy.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I mean, they were right at the forefront.
The illness, but China has huge investments in Italy, and that is one of the 5. Well, Italy is part of the G7 because of the value of their industry, but part of that industry is nowadays owned by China.
And now, how does the new leadership in Italy affect this? Does it have any effect? Is it a?
I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet. Give it some time. There are rumors that this new prime minister in Italy is not really as right wing as people thought before the election.
Okay.
So yeah, we will have to wait and see.
Oh, that's interesting. Ace Lee, a Chinese police station in New York City. It's probably more than that. Tennis is physical, maybe as far as actual troops. I know we have embassies in far more places than that, but yeah. World police.
No, I think there are no U.S. troops in Afghanistan anymore. I saw a couple of them leave some equipment there and just leave. Somewhere earlier this year, I think.
Yeah, there was an event.
What's happening with that? Is anyone still upset? It was only a couple of billion worth of equipment that was left there.
Nah, we're okay with it.
In my country, that would be part of discussions around an election.
No, not in our country. Not in our country. That's the beauty of it. Is certain things are, we have this reality of, or this perception of a choice, and we got a few issues that one side is for, the other side's against, and we argue about those every couple of years. Nothing really changes. The military complex, things like that, they're not on the table. You don't talk about that. You talk about social issues. See, they'll never talk here, Bertie, and I don't know if it's like this worldwide, but as far as us with the two-party system, they'll never talk about something that people on both sides will get behind. So they kill two birds with one stone. They have what seems like is a fair process of choosing leadership, representation, and at the same time are able to create that division that they love so much. So it's things like that, things that every American would stand behind or every American would question. Those don't get brought up. What gets brought up is everything that could be looked at as a subjective view, things that could come down to personal preference, things that could come down to issues that basically should be personal choices on whatever it is, of just morality issues and things like that. That's the stuff that gets put at the forefront, because that's where humans differ so much. What's right to me might not be what's right to you, and that's okay. It's not everything is an issue where it's completely right and wrong, but that's what every issue gets made into. And then the bigger issues that they agree on, those don't get talked about at all.
One more question for you, and then I'm stepping away again because it's trader lunch, and I believe that's the time of the day that there will be made a trade.
Yes, sir.
So yesterday evening, I was on my Twitter, and I came across a strange video to me where a court with, I believe, 9 people all said yay to former President Trump being forced to go to another court. What's this all about, and how will it affect the elections in the US?
I really don't know. It's not really a court. If what they're bringing him to, if it's part of the whole January 6th stuff, I don't know if there'll be any. That's not really a trial per se. I part of me thinks that it's fodder. That the same way that we were told that a certain whistleblower should be showing up any day now during the impeachment process, that never came to fruition. I honestly don't think that they have any plans of letting him talk. I think it's just a and again, it's not a left-right thing. I think it's just a stunt, a political stunt, this close to the elections. So I don't know what's up the sleeve. I don't know who's going to do what, but I expect on both sides, Bertie, strictly in America over the next month, to see any kind of tricks up their sleeve, because it's being downplayed a little bit, mainly because of what side the media is on, as far as the importance of these midterms. But I think most Americans know, even if you're somebody that doesn't follow politics or particularly have a view, one side or the other, you look around you, I think we'll see a big voter turnout. Granted, it won't be as big as in a presidential election, because that's just how we are. When it's somebody that can get on TV and rile people up and stuff like that, everybody wants to be political. Everybody wants to vote. Everybody has a say. Everybody knows what's good for everybody. But in these kind of what could be looked at as a more important election, in the sense of the midterms, it's tougher to get people, to really look at the issues and things like that. But I expect this year, just because you don't have to watch a screen, you don't have to listen to somebody, you just have to live your life to know what's going on. And if
you have to step outside the door and know what's going on. And right. I really wouldn't understand if there was not a large show up in the United States. I think some states will have a big turn up, others maybe less, but this is the most important midterm election in my
Yes.
my life.
Well, and what I'm hoping, Bertie, and I don't want anyone to take this the wrong way. I don't want to see an election where people just vote for the other side because they assume that I want to see these people, because this isn't a national election. I want to see the people in these states voting for what's best for them and what's best for the state, not just voting on political parties or not just voting one way or another. It's these people need to be held accountable, and people need to start earning our votes. It's not enough to just toe the party line, and that's our biggest problem. That's our biggest issue, and I think that's, we always talk term limits, this, that, the other thing, all this stuff that could fix it. That's all fine and well, but that is out of our hands. I can't pass a law, but what I can do is I can get in the legislator's face, and I don't mean that physically. I don't mean anything like that, but I can make them lay out what they're gonna do. It's just gonna be. I just don't want to see. I want to see people vote on people and not just on party, and it's probably won't happen.
And just for educational purposes for us Europeans, there's 51 states, and you have 51 or 50. I'm always unsure about that, but they all have a governor, and they all have their own government, basically. And is this election about everyone who is in the state parliament? And will they all be held together at the same time? And also the governor, or is that separately?
Governors are separate. Are separate. So
okay,
50 states, right?
50 states.
Or 51.
I'm not sure.
50 plus Washington, D.C., right?
50 plus Washington, D.C. That was the case. Yeah.
And then Puerto Rico, other things like that. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's not the governors, but it's everyone who is
let me
in
look
their
that up, because I'm not sure if every state has the same governor cycle.
Okay. Yeah, well, we'll come back to that at some other stage. But now I'm going to leave you to your daily trade and clear the floor for our star Enzo. Make some cash, guys.
Yes, sir.
So I will be speaking to you later on today.
Beautiful.
Good luck, guys. See you later.
That was Bertie Hunter. Bertie and Germ Corp, thank you as well. Both you guys contributing amazingly. Amazingly. 1 second, guys. You played that FNGD up, down, left, right. I love it. Now you're watching and trying to load the boat for the rally whenever it happens. Tennis is patient, but sell the rips all the time and buy back in. That's why I always say, you have a strategy laid out, but it's never set in stone. And I love the way that you trade there, because I've seen you adapt on the fly many times. And a lot of those times, I think it could have turned out to not be successful for you if you didn't make those quick decisions. And more red continuing to come in. NASDAQ now down 2.5%. S&P down 1.95%. The Dow down 1.06%. And we're 15 minutes into trader lunch, so we will see if we get any kind of reversal, see if we get a typical Friday type afternoon sell-off. Oh, and I get confused on which one I gotta type. Germ Corp. That's what it's all about, non-refundable. That's what it's all about. And it's, the beautiful thing is, like, I can't trade exactly how Tennis trades. You know what I mean? I don't mimic myself off of him. But what I've been able to learn from him and adapt it into my own style of trading is just amazing. And he's kind enough to bring those plays to us, to let us know what he's looking at. And you'll see. You'll see the credibility. You don't have to take my word for it. You know, he's gained that credibility for me in my eyes, but I don't ever want somebody to blindly just take my word for it. And again, he's never going to say, hey, everybody get into this play, blah, blah, blah. No, he's just, he's a dude that likes to give back and likes to share with us what he's doing. And you could learn a lot, and you'll see. You'll see non-refundable because you'll see the same type plays with the same stocks, and you know, let that credibility build in your mind, because like I said, he plays stocks that he knows, you know what I mean? And I know if he's getting into something, if I'm ever concerned, I know I can always reach out to him and he can tell me why, what he likes about the company, maybe what he dislikes. And it's an awesome, I hate to use the term tool. I would say friend before I say that, but he is a great person to have on your side, as are each and every one of you guys. You guys, everyone in here brings something specific and unique to the chat, to the community, to all of that. Wow. Marky Zuck wiped the floor with the combatants, sparing no one. You hear that, guys? We got straight wiped out by Zuckerberg. Wowzers. Not good, guys. Not good. We're going to need a better showing next time around. And as if there's not enough red on the screen, let's take a second to pay homage to the heat map. See how we're looking there as we fade to red. And as you look at just some of the no green, you can see that my gamble did not pay off. The one $18 call that I bought on JP Morgan is looking like it's going to expire worthless. So I'll tally that up. That's an $18 loss. Made $10 and $13 earlier. So listen, small gains, guys. And again, I'm not telling you these things to make you think, man, trading options is easy, because I'm not just an options trader by any means. And more so, it was specific to these last couple days because I was so unsure where the market was going to go. And that's a tool that I would like to have in my bag when I'm unsure and kind of don't want to play a particular stock to the upside because I don't know if the market's going to hinder that. It's been okay playing the indexes, but again, I'm taking high risk, low money trades here. So just don't want anybody to get the wrong idea. And then the other reason for that too, guys, is because I've been so busy outside of my trading. You know, I know it might not seem like a lot. I know this isn't a Van Gogh that you're looking at here on the screen, but been working real hard behind the scenes on top of, you know, still trying to be a good dad and all that. So I haven't delved enough into the individual stocks on a daily basis to feel comfortable. So again, I don't want you guys to think that I'm trying to push options trading on you or anything. We're always going to have Enzo doing his thing as far as that goes, and he will always be available. And I know a lot of people thrive off using him, and we're going to continue to keep getting better. But just want to always have full transparency. That's all. Okay, Tennis is saying, I definitely know that 90% you buy the dips. I have many watch lists, 1 day dips of 10% plus, 2 day dips, 3 day dips, and so on. Great strategy. and I would love to talk to you more about that, about how you formulate that, because I think that's just because what I see is that you take those stocks and set them up differently, but it's not random. It's not screener type style where it's just this random stock is down 10%. I know if you see something down 40-50% outside of your realm of expertise, you might look at it for a quick run up, but I know when you have those plays that you're convicted to, I would just like to find some of the metrics that put things on that list, and I'm sure that you'll share that with me because you're awesome. We're getting there, Tiny. We're getting there. Again, they're a little bit slow at updating, and I think in YouTube's defense, I think until a channel gets monetized, on their end, they don't put in as much work, and that's completely understandable. Because if they were, and I hate to say that you have to be monetized to have credibility or anything like that, but when you're dealing with something as big as YouTube, like, I can understand that they can't dedicate resources to just any channel that uploads a video because the numbers are infinite. So they kind of give you some restrictions at first, and we're working through those, and appreciate you guys, all the views, all the likes, all the subbies. I'm going to try to push some content out over the weekend in the sense of standalone videos, probably some things market related, maybe some things not so much market related, and I apologize for those if that's not your thing. Trust me, nothing is expected out of you guys. I want every like, every view to be earned. I don't want you guys to feel like you have to watch something just because I put it out or we put it out. But like I've told you guys before, family is number one to me, and I want to do some stuff, getting Nikki involved, some stuff like that. So stay tuned. Gonna do mostly stuff that is market related and in that sense, but gonna do some family oriented stuff and some things like that. And I want to put out some stuff that make you smile, some stuff that might not be it might not make you money, it might not be, wow, I learned this thing, but maybe it'll make you smile, and that's my goal. So stay tuned. And again, guys, you guys are this channel, you guys are my family, so any suggestions, any good or bad, please reach out. Please, again, I can't guarantee that I can implement everybody's ideas, especially overnight or anything like that, but I know you guys all want to see this thing be successful, want to see us grow, and that means more than me than you could ever know. But what comes with that is me pleading to you to be honest. Be honest with me. That's the one thing that I ask. If you think something that I'm doing sucks, tell me. I'm a big boy, and I know you guys aren't going to say it like that, but you get what I'm saying. It's going to be, I don't plan on sleeping much this weekend. I plan on doing everything in my power to keep improving this, and the Raiders got a bye this week, so I got no excuses. Look at my lady, just running away with those OTC bucks. I like it. Almost at 2K. And we'll be working on that. We'll be working on all that kind of stuff over the weekend. And hopefully come Monday morning, have this thing rocking and rolling better than ever. DNA, there you go. And you pushed down and picked that up at 258 tennis, if I recall correctly. I know you bought some at 260, and then I think maybe moved it down to 258. That's right, Lobo. Undefeated this week, baby. Thank you, Germ Corp. And again, my friend, your support means the world to me, man. It really does. Like I always say, and I know I'm beating a dead horse, but like you guys donate the most precious thing in this world to me, and the least I could do is bust my ass to make it quality, because time is limited, you know. All right, 1226. Okay, we're gonna hold off on that trade right now. Enzo had something he had to go deal with, so you're stuck with me for right now. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, hey, did you see the other stuff though? Did you see some of the other videos, Lobo, where they were all those bottles and stuff getting thrown at the Raiders while they were walking out? That was pretty bad. Okay, Santa thinking the spy's about to go. Okay, let's take a look. And we're about halfway through Trader Lunch, so this is usually where we see some kind of action. There is a Cash App non-refundable. I'll get you that information. I'm not exactly sure what it is, and I apologize. It's not me being inconsiderate. That just and please don't think of that as me being ungrateful. The fact that you guys want to help out, that you guys want to do this stuff, is just amazing. And I apologize. That just hasn't been my main focus. As you guys can understand, but I'll get that to you, and I appreciate it. You know, we're working on that, and it's very hard for me to do that side of it. It's hard for me to ask for money or to ask for I don't, and I'm working on it. Thanks to so many of you guys, and I know your hearts are all in the right place, and I know you guys, you know, I'm working through this. It's hard for me to accept, like I said, asking you guys for anything, because you already give so much. You give of your time, you give of your efforts, everything, and just want to make sure that when we have that ability that I could deliver on what I can promise, and that's why I want to put something real cool together for a membership package. And I'm working on it. I'm getting there a little bit every day. I know, my lady. I know. And, you know, the goal is to be able to grow this thing, you know, to bring income in naturally, not relying on you fine people, because that's, we want to make you money. We don't want to take it. Top halted again to the downside. So been a wild day for TOP, Top Financial Groups. Hit that high at 29.44, now halted downside at 22.95. I know, Junk Savvy, I know you're gonna yell at me. I was thinking it as I was saying that. Well, you guys are too kind, and I apologize. I'm taking everybody's thoughts and everything, and we'll get there. We'll get there. I just need you guys to all know that don't look at I look at you guys as who you are. Junk Savvy, you're Junk Savvy. You're not somebody in the chat that like I see as how can I make something off. It's tough. I know, provide a service. Yeah. We're getting there. We'll work on that over the weekend, okay? How about that? If I just leave it at that, if I just say we'll work on it over the weekend, then we'll just drop that. Anyways, 12:30, we're halfway through Trader Lunch. I am going to take a quick 2 minutes, guys. I apologize. I got 3 dogs down there that really can't be trusted. So I'm going to go check on them. And I think, and like I said, Enzo, if you're out there listening, I hope everything's good. I don't know what's going on. I just know he had to step away. Had situation. Don't jump the gun. It's just that's what we do around here. Anybody, you know. So Enzo, if you're out there, I hope everything is good. And again, I'm not saying everything isn't, but he just let me know he had to step away for a minute. Not like him because the guy is so dedicated, guys. He really is. And Santa, don't you worry, Santa. You're gonna get your Enzo back in the Discord eventually. But yeah, I hope everything's good with him. As are you, Lobo. As are you. Ain't no other Lobos out there. Ain't no other Lobos out there. And speaking of that, before I go let these dogs out, something to think about, guys. And you guys know one of my passion projects. I've talked about it. Was never able to really get it off the ground. And it would be called the Joe Regular Experience, which is in part what we're doing right now. But I want to get this together of not any kind of rip-off of the Joe Rogan Experience or anything like that. A kind of more laid-back version. And if any of you guys would be interested, I hate to say being a guest, but that's kind of essentially what it would be. A one-on-one interview, sit down for a couple hours, talk about anything and everything, and see where it goes. You know, I don't want to put anybody on the spot. I just think every one of you guys are so interesting, and everybody has a story to tell. And I know even if it's only for my own entertainment or whatever you want to call it, I would love the chance to sit down with some of you guys and maybe put that out there, even if it's just for the community, even if it's just a way to kind of get to know each other. But I've gotten to know a lot of you guys over the past year and a half, and it's just so much brilliance, so much just like, you know, we're playing poker the other night, and just so casually, you know, between Santa and Stanley, these guys have rubbed elbows with you know, some of the greats, and just casual stories. Not these guys, hey, I met so-and-so. Nothing like that. Just casual stories where, like, oh, that reminds me one time, you know, and it's just incredible. And I would love it. Yeah, I was thinking that too, Caesar. I was thinking that too. And maybe, I think we got some ideas with that, and I'll run them by you guys before we do anything. Because I know you guys would never hold me or Enzo or any of us involved in this to that kind of standard, but I'm always going to come to you guys before we make any kind of changes, before we, you know, move forward with anything, because this is our channel. This is, it's not a me, my, I. This is ours, okay? And we just got to own it, that's all. Just got to own it. And maybe that should be something separate. Maybe as far... What did I do? I didn't do it. Did I do it? What did I do? I don't know what I did. And my thing with crypto too, Caesar, is like, I just don't... I'm not as knowledgeable on it, so... But we'll get something set up. Alright, I am going to now go let that dog out, and I will make sure that puppy comes up and makes an appearance. Even if I gotta carry her, she's getting big to carry. It's not easy to carry her anymore. But I will carry her up here if need be. Still want to know what I said, though, Chunk Savvy. I hope it was nothing bad. If it was, I promise it slipped. Alright, guys. Talk amongst yourselves for just a few minutes, and I will be right back. Alright, guys, let's see if I can get Puppy Cam. She's getting too big for Puppy Cam. Hey. Hello, outside the charts. Come on, baby girl. Alright, guys. Oh, Grumpy gonna pull a Tanya Harding on Robin. Uh-oh. Look at you, baby girl. See you up there? Hmm? Sweetie. She's the big baby girl. Are you tired? Are you tired? Oh. Alright, you wanna go back and lay with your buddy? Yeah, she's getting huge quick. Getting huge quick. Just like a kid. She's 4 months old now and already, she's already dirting me for the other dogs. Yeah, she is losing her puppy face. Poor girl, she's got a bunch of scars on her already. She likes to start fights with the other dog. And you know what her fur looks like? If any of you guys remember that interior from the 80s, that anyone's car that had cigarette burns in it, that's kind of what her fur feels like. I seen Nunya knows a guy that knows some crypto. I might know that same guy. And I think maybe we can get that guy involved in talking some crypto. I think Milady might know a guy too. But that's none of my business. You know what I mean? Yeah, they would, Sabrina. Yeah, they would. It's funny though because she humps the other dogs like she's the guy. Very weird. Thank you, Santa. Yeah, she's a little princess. My ma tells me all the time, she's like, it is a good thing you didn't have a daughter. She was like, it's a good thing you had a son. Because I treat her like a little princess. She's a little queen. I haven't had a girl dog in a long time. I've had boy dogs the last 30 years. So I gotta treat her like a little princess. Alright, market's still moving up a little bit. Little sideways lunch action though. The NASDAQ now down 2.07%. S&P down 1.58%. CVS. It's weird. I don't know if she knows what she's doing or if it's just like a instinct thing or what. And the Dow down 0.25%. Yeah, well, and then she does this other thing with Nikki where it's not like that, but like she gets on, she just like, she wants to dominate him. She gets on top and just starts kissing him, and girls take 20 years off your life, I'm sure. I had stepdaughters for a while who even to this day, you know, they're old. One's 18, the other one's gonna be 24. And I would still, you know, I would take a bullet for them. I would do anything for them. They'll, you know, even though I wasn't, you know, their biological dad, I'll always have a love for them and always look at them like, you know, like I would my children. My older one is responsible for all my grays. Yeah, luckily, I think mine will just fall out before it gets gray. Oh yeah, she already does. She already does, Robin. No question. Her and the little one were kind of vying for it because the big guy, he's like Paulie from Goodfellas. Like, he don't move much because he doesn't have to move much, you know what I mean? And she she respects that. Like, she don't cross him. He put her in her mouth one time and threw her across the room. And, you know, she knows not to mess with him. But the little one, he was being kind of a tough guy, but now she's getting bigger than him, so he's backed off a little bit. All right, tennis at DNA, still moving back up 263. Top halted again to the downside on TOP, and that is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th halt, I think, on that today. $19.80 on TOP, and again halted to the downside. iLag, after that big run up, ran up as high as $12, now in the red, trading at $5.14. So definite rug pull situation there. That's exactly what she is, Junk Savvy. That's exactly what she is, but she's so damn cute. And we need to get some more compassionate people. Jay and Silent Bob wiping the floor with us, sparing no one now. Come on. I'm looking for the action here. Volume has definitely petered off a little bit throughout the market. And then you got to wonder, you know, obviously a lot of trading is done by computers and algorithms and all that, but you have to think that there's some bigger traders as far as institutional that just say the same thing as us sometimes, you know, on a Friday cutting out at 1. I've had enough of this, you know. You know, so that's how I always see the market in the afternoon on a Friday. It's always low volume, barring some kind of news or something, you know, anything like that. And yeah, they got non-refundable. They did. It's still there. They got GME under that $25 mark. Let's see if they can hold it there. Oh, there we go. Milady becomes the first in the 2K gang. Who will be the next? That is the question. Yeah, so the last time GameStop closed under 25, I guess it closed under 25 back in September. So not as long as I thought, but they haven't been able to push it down the way that they would like to, I think. Let me take a look and see if we got any kind of breaking news out there. Jamie Dimon just keeps being able to stay in the news. So Jamie Dimon says expect other surprises from choppy markets after UK pensions nearly imploded. Okay, so this just came out. So Musk says SpaceX will stop funding Starlink terminals in Ukraine and Russia to transport civilians from Kherson. SpaceX founder and CEO Elon Musk has confirmed that SpaceX will no longer fund donated Starlink internet terminals in Ukraine. It follows a CNN report that SpaceX was pulling funding for the terminals, citing documents obtained from the Pentagon. The company is asking the U.S. government to pay for the terminals instead. Okay, so there you go. I knew there was going to be something underlining, so I'll continue to read, but thus far, SpaceX going to stop footing the bill for Starlink terminals in Ukraine. And what they want is the U.S. government to pay for it. Will that same U.S. government be paying for my Spectrum terminal box over there? Probably not. Anyways, continuing. Meanwhile, Ukrainian forces continue to gain ground in territory occupied and illegally annexed by Russia, prompting Russian-installed authorities there to urge civilians in the southern Kherson region to evacuate. Evacuees are to begin arriving in Russia today. Ukrainian officials say Russian authorities are not carrying out an evacuation, but a forced deportation of Ukrainians. CNBC has not been able to verify either side's claims. Hey, and when you're a news outlet and you can't verify a claim, you know what the best thing to do is? Go ahead and print it. Evacuees are to begin... numerous rights groups as well as Ukrainian... excuse me... and Western officials have accused Russia of forcefully deporting Ukrainian civilians, including children, into Russia, which constitutes a war crime. Oh, jeez. Sorry, guys. Not really. Doesn't say anything more about the U.S. government picking up the tabs on that, so maybe we see that happen, maybe we don't. ACMR benchmark analyst Mark Miller reiterated a buy on ACM Research and a $43 price target. Current price $8.11. Interesting, Sabrina. And you know, when we see stuff like that, it's always worth a look, you know. Don't necessarily buy into maybe that $43 price target in any kind of short term or anything like that. But often when we see information like that come out, we do see a little bit of a run up. And I hate to say this, and this isn't meant in a disrespectful way towards retail traders, but a lot of times people get in blindly and stuff like that and are willing to hold upwards, you know, towards that $43 mark. And this isn't specific to this ACMR play, just kind of a little bit of a rule of thumb is often, so say 8-11, news gets out like that, and especially depending on how much traction it gains with a $43 price target and a buy rating, you have a chance to maybe get in at 8-11 and sell at 10, while others are still holding hope for that $43 mark. And we often don't see it, especially in the short term. Now, obviously, that can be a 5-year target. That's one thing that's weird, Sabrina. They never, when they put out these price targets, they rarely, if ever, give you any kind of time frame. So it's like, I can pretty much come up with anything. I could say, let's see, what's over here? Tesla, 209. I got a $230 price target on Tesla. I'm going to be right at some point if, you know, I don't put a time frame on it, which I feel like a lot of these companies do. And that's why we get a lot of that news. A lot of times, well, I do personally. I shouldn't say we. I know Sabrina. I know Junk Savvy. You guys scour multiple outlets for stuff. I'm seeing a lot of my news through the platforms. And like I said, those are... So when I see a headline like that, the way my brain computes that is that's an ad trying to sell me ACMR. And like I said, a lot of times it works. Oh, here's an interesting article. How to save on groceries as CPI food at home prices soar 13% annually. I didn't know that they had a specific, oh, okay, so that's just groceries. Okay, so the cost of food at home. You know what? Oh, I'll just read this. Yeah, very true, Sabrina. Very true. And then at the same time, it's like, are they wrong? You know? Hey, I said $8. I didn't say you were gonna do a 25. You know. But here is some. Here's 4 ways to save at home on groceries. I can't wait to see what this is. Okay, so despite the Federal Reserve's efforts to get the cost of living under control, prices just keep climbing, and the uptick is especially brutal at the supermarket. The cost of food overall climbed 11.2% in September from the year before. Not bad. According to the latest, so we give our Social Security folks, what, an 8.6% increase or whatever it is? Makes sense. Moving on. Prices of food at home, aka groceries, soared 13% from the same time in 2021. Many of the hardest hit items are ones families can't do without. Eggs are up 30.5% from a year ago, while poultry is up 17.2% and milk 15.2%. Still, here are a number of strategies you can use to reduce your food costs. Number 1, stock up on staples. Make sure your kitchen and pantry are always stocked with certain basics, experts say. Having an ample supply of staple goods will allow you to buy fewer new items each week. Some of the most useful foods to have on hand include eggs, pasta, rice, bread, canned tomatoes, frozen vegetables and fruit, onions and potatoes. Consider buying these products in large quantities if you have the space to cut costs over time. Many meals can be made with these ingredients alone, and they serve as the foundation for countless more. We're gonna look at some dip buys, Birdie. But here's number 2. I don't think go to your local farm is gonna be on this list, Birdie, but we're gonna see. Number 2, don't show up to the supermarket without a grocery list and some ideas of what you'll be cooking for the week. Yeah, I could get behind that. Meal planning definitely reduces costs. If you stick to it, you don't waste food that you bought without a plan. Very true. While you map out your dishes for the week, try to think recipes with easily repurposed leftovers. I do that. What I do is I usually do sloppy joes one night. Or what I'll do is tacos the night before. I'll stretch 3. I'll buy a big thing of meat. We'll have tacos. Then I'll repurpose that meat as sloppy joes the next night. And then I'll repurpose that meat as chili the next night. So practice what you preach. And as she says, for example, a pot of chili can later be used to fill burritos or as nacho topping. And there goes the mainstream media promoting healthy living. Number 3, compare stores for the best deals. This is something I also do. You can usually browse discounts on supermarkets' websites or app, or find them listed at the retailer. I strongly recommend with that, take the time to find the best deals if you have the time. Oh, and here's the last but least. I knew they were going to get to the good part at some point. I just wasn't sure where it was. Meat and dairy tend to be more expensive items at the supermarket. And the title of this one is Change Your Menu. So in response, aim to make more meals that don't rely on them as a central ingredient. Using meat sparingly as flavor, like adding a bit of bacon to a mushroom risotto, is more economical. Cabbage, carrots, Brussels sprouts, and beets can last for 2 weeks or longer when stored in the dry crisper. Buying foods with a longer shelf life can cut your trips to the supermarket altogether. And with rising costs of meat, stop eating it. Apparently. So I agree with most of those. I don't think that. I think that last one is just a little bit of messaging. I don't think you need to change your diet. I don't think. I think if anything, it's. And again, this is the hypocrisy of the media. How do you put out an article like that? You put out an article like that, pushing tacos, chili dogs, nachos. You push that in one thing to do better, but then tell you that you're over consuming and you need to eat. I don't know. But again, I think you can. I think we can all use those tips. All right, Trader Lunch is over now. No more talk about food because it's making me hungry. Where are we at? NASDAQ down 2.17%, S&P down 1.68%, the Dow down 0.84%. Let's take an updated look at that heat map, see if anything's looking any different. Doesn't look much different. So, tech getting hammered the most, obviously, with the NASDAQ taking the biggest losses. Communication services down. United Health, the lone bright spot in the healthcare plans. Banks. So we're seeing the banks that reported earnings today showing some green. Across the credit services, that's all red. Insurance is red. Capital markets red. So really just the banks, the only subsector in the financial sector with any kind of green. Consumer defense down, consumer cyclical down, energy red, industrials, a little bit of green with Boeing. So, a perfect Friday to end the day. Hey, maybe we get some Blockbuster going out of business sales coming up here at the end of the day. We got 3 hours left. Let's finish strong, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, lentils and rice are a good meat alternative. Together they make a complete protein. Interesting. And see, CVS Frog, I think it's, what we're going to need is we're going to need a combination, because I think people are willing to make changes out of their own doing. Where if you can do something to maybe eat a little healthier, maybe save a little bit of money. And quite frankly, it could come to a point where we have to do what we have to do. But I think it's just the forced, especially when you see kind of dishonest figures about what it takes to what kind of footprint a farm of grasshoppers has as compared to a cow and things like that. There's a lot of dishonesty pushing that, and that's where I have the problem. If they can come up with great vegan-based diets or other plant-based stuff, I'm all for it. I'm all for that option being made available and things like that. But replacing meat with chemicals, that's not cool. Fast food and iced coffee every day. You're on the fast track to success there, non-refundable. Hey, it happens, and a million different reasons. Fast food, and something that I didn't mention in that article, which I think is funny, is that you guys remember the days where it was fast food, any kind of restaurant food was a step up. And when I say that, it's like you paid a little bit more, you did it sparingly, you went out to eat, and when I was a kid, even something like McDonald's was a treat. It wasn't an everyday thing. It wasn't but as we've seen in those numbers we just talked about with just food only going up 11% year over year, home food, otherwise known as groceries, going up 13%. There has to be a correlation with people eating the crap out of fast food because they can't afford to eat at home. It shouldn't be that way. I'm going to put in the work at home to cook this food, and to prepare it, which I don't mind doing. I love doing it. But why is it cheaper for me to buy prepared food that I don't know what's in it? It's and I blame it on the introduction of the dollar menu. When the dollar menu started hitting fast foods is when it became a cheaper alternative that some families, not that it's the only way, but it's, you're not a bad person if you eat at McDonald's. You're not a bad person if you feed your family Burger King once a week, at all. And especially when it's made it more convenient and a lot cheaper. It's 53 ingredients. Yeah. How many of those ingredients are cow? That's what I like in my burger. No offense to any vegans out there. But that's all I want. I think it counts, Nunya. I think we would have to go to the judges on that, but I think that counts. I think it counts. Yeah, I don't know, Birdie. I don't know about any kind of dip plays here because I don't predict a lot of movement from here to the close. So with that being said, what I'll probably do, Birdie, sit on the sidelines. I don't have any. I'm not holding anything that expires or anything like that. So I think what I'll do is maybe wait until 3:30 or so, Birdie, and chip in a chair. I think it would be very foolish of me to tell you, Birdie, I know what's going to happen over the weekend and how the market's going to open on Monday, because anything can happen. Who knows? Depending on where we finish, maybe I take a position into Monday morning. We'll see. Non-refundable. How about this, non-refundable? I'll send you a video every morning when I'm packing Nikki's lunch. I'll send you a video and you can make your lunch along with me. How's that sound? It'll be like I'm making it for you. I don't think we'll see that. I don't think, I don't know if people really have a love for crickets like that. Yeah, exactly. None. You pay the farmer now or the doctor later. Yeah. And it definitely contributes to avoidable healthcare issues. There's a trade-off in everything. I would love to see us invest in healthy futures. A shame that during the last few years we haven't seen healthier initiatives pushed. And I know it's a tough subject to talk about. We all have our insecurities. And it's not just on one side or the other. I know that there's people that have struggled with weight their whole life, that have done everything, that have eaten right, that have exercised, and I am 1,000,000% against any kind of body shaming, things like that, on any end, on an obesity scale, on the other side of the scale on that. But the problem that I have is giving this false illusion that obesity is healthy and beautiful. And I'm not saying that everybody is beautiful, whatever body size, shape, form, everything. I can 100% get behind that. Nobody should be judged for stuff like that. But portraying that that's healthy living, portraying that that you should embrace unhealthy living that is completely the wrong message to send to kids. You know, and dealing with Nicky, the way he's growing, and anybody who has kids out there, you know it, kids' weight fluctuates, and they're gonna have insecurities, and I talk to them every day about that's not healthy. That don't point a finger at somebody else, but at the same time, you're responsible for you, and you people can't lie to you. I don't want your gym teacher telling you, you know, that, yeah, eat whatever you want, do whatever you want, it's your choice, your body. Like, no. Yeah, we get yeah, and I think you're in the same category as most people on that, Nunya. I think everybody wants to save the world. Nobody wants to not leave a better world behind for our kids, whether you're talking about the mindset of the world or the physical planet itself. Yeah, I think everybody is on board. So you know what I'm working with then here, non-refundable. I'm glad you're dealing with the same thing, because I'm watching this thing. It's like watching a slow motion fly. Just, yeah. But a question for you, non-refundable. So if the fly is in your car, you're driving 65 miles per hour. Is that fly flying 65 miles per hour too? Or is the force of the car just pushing them along? Wow. I'm kind of embarrassed, Caesar, that you had an 80s themed work competition and you didn't come to me for some fashion tips. I am the 80s, Caesar. Okay? Alright? I might dress like this. I might dress like Eminem or something once in a while. But I am the 80s in a nutshell. Born and raised, baby. Born and raised. Loud and proud, Caesar. Yeah. We definitely need some pics. No doubt about it. Alright, 116, guys. Still just, there you go, Grumpy. Got up to 1980. That's a great year. Studies show 11% of the coolest people living at this time, right now. And I'm only talking about right now. Yeah, 11% of the coolest people were actually born in 1980. New study out of RISD shows that. There you go. Yeah, sneak a couple pics. Alright, guys, it's Friday. How we feeling? How we feeling? I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. Like I said, when we wrap this thing up today, this will be one weight off my shoulders. We'll make it through 1 week and do it better next week. And if Caesar doesn't get some picks, I don't know. I'm not sure what the repercussions will be. Let's see if we can find. All right, across the S&P top 10, we got Apple down 2.6%, Microsoft down 1.85%, Amazon down 3.5%, Tesla down over 6%, both Googles down 1.9%, Nvidia down 5.24%, Meta down 1.5%, and United Health picking up the slack, up 1.3%. And there you see that. This is by weight here in the Dow Jones. So United Health, United Health, Boeing, and JP Morgan, as well as Verizon. So 4 out of 30. Because 4 out of 30 ain't bad. They got you. They seen you coming, tennis. 6K more LIDR. Oh, that's a good dip this is on here. So LIDR down at 93 cents, down almost 9% in the day. And no, I'm not seeing any news or anything. Buy that dip, baby. Buy that dip. Okay, maybe we maybe can do something with that. Two complete different styles, no doubt about it. We can do that. Oh, Caesar's trying to get a group of adventurers ready to fight a boss. Will you join them? Type exclamation point boss like a boss. I'm in. Who else? Who's coming with me? All right, Bitcoin even back red. Bitcoin down 19,325. Maybe an interesting weekend for Bitcoin. With that run up last night, kind of flattening off this morning, but I'll be interested to see what Bitcoin does over the weekend. Oh, that is a shame. Bruce Sutter, Hall of Fame pitcher and World Series champion, dead at 69, pioneered the split finger fastball and was one of the fiercest closers. R.I.P. R.I.P. Always a shame. Always. Somebody cheated. What happened? Definitely Nunya. And I know you know better than me. You're being a little bit bigger baseball fan. You know, I'm fair weather nowadays. I like my Mets, but I ain't gonna lie. I don't follow them the way I did as a kid. You know, baseball was far more important to me back then. Twitter up at 5064. I seen somebody asking in the chat earlier too how much it'll cost Elon to buy Twitter. I believe it's somewhere between like 40 and 42 billion. Is it 54.20 a share? 765 million shares. So I think it's somewhere around 41 billion. And then he also has, you know, groups behind him and stuff, so it's not 41 billion coming out of Elon's pocket. I love it. I love it, Tennis. Picked up some more of that Rice Brand Technologies. I didn't even have to look. I was going to say it, but 44 billion, is it? I was a little, my math's a little bit off. It's that whole million to billion changeover that screwed me up. But yeah, RIBT, Rice Brand Technologies, down 5.5%. That's right in Tennis's go out and get me some zone. iLag maybe making another push up, but be careful with iLag and Top, both of them. Top, just a look at the swing on this. After those first couple halts, it peaked out at 29.44, and this is TOP. So topped out at 29.44, now down 27%, trading at 15.26. iLag, the same thing, hit $12. Now back down at $5.30. Just crossed back over into the green. I'm fired? What did I do? Hopefully that fire comment was at Streamlabs, because he's not doing us well. Nobody gets out of these heists. Ay, ay, ay. Gotta blow my nose. Sorry, guys. Oh, I gotta sneeze right there, but it's not coming. Oh, fire me for in the grand scheme of things, Junk Savvy, what's 3 billion, right? I said 41 billion, real answer 44, or I said 41, real answer 44. What's 3 billion between friends, right? Dude's doing all right. Elon can afford that. I should have just used the calculator. Okay, Sabrina, you know my brain works bass-ackward sometimes, so I looked up and fired off 3 sneezes. So usually if I look up, it makes me not sneeze. That one made me fire off 3. Thoughts on Tide, Junk Savvy? I guess I would have to ask you, the situation with it. So I'm still holding Tide. I got out of my BBIG with a little bit of profits, though that the little bit of profits that I have from BBIG is what I'm holding in Tide. And we talked about this when the dividend happened. On Webull, they give you a 0 cost average for Tide, so it's treated as a dividend. So for me, I played off of that. I got my BBIG average down, and then was able to sell BBIG at my cost. So what that gave me was basically free Tide shares. I haven't seen anything telling me that it's gonna run. I have to be honest. I haven't followed it too closely, and I don't know the relation to what's going on with BBIG as far as the Farnsworth, all that controversy. I'm not sure how involved, if any, Tide is. So I would have to look at that. I think they still have to have some kind of plans, Junk Savvy. The way that it spun off, down under $1. I guess we also have the compliance situation. You know, I think anything that's under $1, even if it's only been there for a short time, Junk, we got to take into consideration the compliance issues. Now, if it's a situation where your cost is kind of high on it and you can really average down in the sense of doubling or tripling down because the price is so low right now. That could be an option. Just kind of scares me. It scares me because I don't, I don't see any guaranteed upside to it. But let me dive into it a little bit. I will put that, it's in my account, so it's on my watch list. But yes, I will take the time, and I'm sure you've been doing the same. So we will compare notes and see what we think on it. KIM, subsequent to the merger announcement, Kimco monetized 11.5 million of its 39.8 million shares in Albertsons, generating net proceeds of about 301.1 million. Okay, so that's, and then Albertsons, I was paying so much attention to those banks this morning, and kind of dropped the ball on the whole Albertsons everything. So then it looks like they benefited from that, but it's not reflected in the stock price right now. Obviously, the market not doing the best, so that could be affecting it. Kimco currently down 1.14%. Kroger down 6%, 5.67%. And this is something that we'll want to keep an eye on too, Sabrina. So they also agreed to not sell 28 million of its shares in Albertsons for a period of up to 7 months. So maybe we look at that 7-month date, and then maybe a potential sell-off. Now, will those Albertson shares be Kroger then? I didn't see the exact specifics of this merger. $24.6 billion purchase of Albertsons. So we will we'll see if this goes through. I know Junk, you were talking about some monopoly type being looked in for a monopoly type situation if they stop the deal from going through. And then on the back of that, let's keep an eye on Kim if there is downside. If there is a pullback out of it, you would think that Kim, with them benefiting, maybe that could blow up in their face. We'll see. Yeah, that's what I did, Junk Savvy. Just, I was fortunate. I was fortunate that my BBIG average wasn't too high, and I was able to, psychologically, I was able to look at it like I was in the red and let Tide do its own thing. And it was probably good that I didn't, because I probably would have been agitated had I not looked at it. And I kind of got lucky with being able to get out of BBIG. So. Beautiful. And I think you told me in the account that you have that in, it does give you a cost basis on Tide though, correct? So I would have to, for me, so hypothetically, say I was still holding BBIG, and some of you might be in this situation out there. If I was still holding BBIG and I had to find my cost average, I would have to go back and manually figure that out. I would have to see and it would be tough. I'm not going to lie. Because there was so many shenanigans the day that Tide kind of launched. So for me, it was kind of easier to accept that, Junk Savvy. I knew it's like when you set your clock 5 minutes ahead. You know in the back of your mind that clock's fast, but you also know that you're not going to be late for something because you know what I mean, because you do it. So that's kind of how I was trying to look at that. Oh. Type Streamlabs is a cheat to join now? I don't know if that works, but I'm going to try it, Birdie. You got me. Do I got to type an exclamation point first, Birdie? Exclamation point, Streamlabs is a cheat? Or just Streamlabs is a cheat? And my lady just climbing up that. A lot more AI at 92 cents. Holding big time. Well, you know I got eyes on it. Ain't nothing gonna change that. I'm all up in your portfolio, Tennis. Birdie. Hooey, 136, guys. We are got about 2.5 hours left. All right, Lobo. Hey, Lobo, we got poker tomorrow night in the Discord. If you're around, stop in. Even if you don't want to play, stop in and say what's up if you have time. Trust me, I know you're a busy man. Get out, enjoy that sunshine, get some of that vitamin A, B, D, C, all that stuff. Awesome, awesome. And thank you for everything this week, Lobo. Really, really appreciate it, my brother, and look forward to hanging out with you next week. Ah, okay. So it doesn't. So you don't. So, but does it show? Would you have to manually figure that out? I guess is what I'm asking you, Junk Savvy. If you would have to manually get, or if it shows any kind of cost basis on your Tide. Awesome, awesome, Lobo. Can't wait, brother. Can't wait. And that's what's cool. We do it on Saturdays. Typically, that's kind of my free night for the weekend. Not to say it like that, because I would much rather have the boy. But Saturdays are typically, you know, his ma's weekend night. So I get to cut loose a little bit. Thank you so much, Lobo. Yeah, gotta love some OTB money. You know we couldn't do that, Rich. You know those stingy people at the OTB, they would have been coming down on us. Even if you use that, you might get a letter just for typing OTB. That thing's been copyrighted, trademarked, all that good stuff. Non-refundable on that AI wagon. I like it. LIDR. I like it. I like it. And again, non-refundable. I know you're smart enough to see kind of how Tennis is playing these, and trust me, if you get into something and you find yourself wondering, and this is all hypothetical, non-refundable, but let's just say a week from now, Tennis is off doing what he does, because he does travel a lot, so he's unavailable sometimes. But if you get into a play like that, and you got questions where you think it's going, always reach out. Reach out to me. Reach out in this chat. Because like we said, it's just as important to do DD on stuff. And I just showed when I didn't have DD on Tide. And that's in my portfolio. In my defense, not that it makes it right, because I don't have a cost on it, I've kind of let it ride. I haven't looked at it as other stocks. That's my own fault, no doubt about it. But yeah, always continue to stay up to date on stocks. And, you know, non-refundable with the way that he gets in, too. So I'm looking at this now, only because maybe it went down a penny since you bought it. Don't be scared of that, because if you notice the way that tennis will set kind of different markers where, okay, if it falls 7%, I'm buying this. If it falls another 3% on that, I'm not going to panic sell. I already know I like the stock. I've made a determination that I like this stock. And I'm not saying, hey, just keep averaging down, everything's going to be good, nothing like that. But when you're getting into these plays, maybe the best way to do it is to scale in, you know? And again, non-refundable, I don't want you to think I'm talking to you like you're a child or anything like that. It's all love, and only because I know tennis. We've had a great stock relationship as well as a personal relationship, and I would never speak for him, but I know the way that he trades, and I kind of know his intentions, and just, that's all. All love, baby. You are not the loser, Grumpy. You're not the loser. Never that. Never that. Grumpy 2K. Whew. That sounds like something we were all preparing for in 1999 that never happened. Old Grumpy 2K. Rich. You never disappoint me, Last Kazi Standing. Never disappoint me. Yeah, and I wouldn't, I wouldn't necessarily. So let's see. We just fell under $1 in the last 2 weeks. Non-refundable, so I wouldn't be too concerned about the compliance. But your head's in the right place. Your head is in the right place, because anything under $1, at the very least, that has to be through your walkthrough. You have to look at that and say, okay, I need to be aware of this. So let's see, they didn't fall to under $1 until, like I said, this is very, very recent. And with that being said, the good thing about that non-refundable, when you're in this zone right here where they just fell under, we seen it with Metamaterials yesterday. You have a big float on this, which in this situation I think is an advantage, because you have a lot of shareholders out there. What do shareholders not want to see happen? They don't want to find it. They don't want to see this stock come out of compliance. So that could be, you're not always going to bring new buyers in, and new buyers are important, but getting the buyers, getting the people that are hold to believe in the stock and to continue to add to their positions, I think is more important. And in a situation like this, where you have the chance for a shareholder to affect the future of a company just by buying shares, I think you can see that. Now, again, because it's so early on in this, maybe you see it immediately so that people don't want to even have that fear out there. Maybe you see people look for a little bit more of a dip. But something like this, a company that's got quality behind it, I wouldn't be as, worried about it. Hold on one second, guys. All right, sorry about that. Zomedica, let me take a look at that. So it's always good to look at how long they've been there, crypto, and then if they've already filed for an extension, if they've already got an extension. Zomedica, this is looking like quite some time. Yeah, so this is... Wow, how has it remained? It's been under... No, yeah, okay, it's been under $1 for... well over a year. Well over a year. Let me look that up. Thank you, Grumpy. I appreciate that. I appreciate when you break character, my man. And you know I appreciate you. You know what's up. You've done the same for me, my man. You know, you've put a smile on my face many of a day when I needed it. And you know, I'm not my own biggest fan. I don't think what I do is anything special, and I'm not saying it is, but there's been a lot of times, Grumpy, where you've made me feel special. You've made me feel like what I'm trying to do is making a difference, and I appreciate that. That means a lot. I would hope that you guys know that my intentions with what we do here go far beyond any kind of monetary thing or anything like that. I pour my heart and my soul into each and every day with you guys, and that's all I got. That's all, you know. I'm not I didn't graduate from any Ivy League college. I come from the school of hard knocks. You know what? But my life experience has made me see some stuff, and hopefully a little bit of, I wouldn't call it wisdom, maybe lessons learned from mistakes made. If I can pass any of that knowledge on, it's truly a blessing. And I'm blown away by Zomedica. So they had to have got an extension. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. But crypto doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. I mean, with that being said, I would be very cautious on Zomedica. And again, it's kind of my own doing, crypto. I didn't pay attention to Zomedica a lot over the last year because I didn't believe there was enough money. Having worked in the veterinary business for 6, almost 7 years, I see the struggles of it, and that was my thing with Zomedica being an animal kind of play. It's tough because unfortunately, with the money available, a lot of the breakthroughs in animal medication come from failed human drugs. So that was kind of my big staying away from Zomedica. And I know people made money off it. I'm not doubting what they have, but let's see what you got here. LiDAR maker AI to go public via so this was a $2 billion deal when it went public. Whew. Okay, so this went public back February of last year. A lot of good information in this. Non-refundable. I highly recommend click on that link that Tennis just dropped. And what I love about that, Tennis, is I think, and this is a news article from February of last year, but I think it holds a lot of weight right now. And I think we don't look at stuff like this enough. We look at the latest news and kind of let that. But a lot of good information. one thing that struck me right there, as far as the founders, that's pretty interesting. Founded in 2013 by former Lockheed Martin and NASA engineer Louis Dassin. AI is one of several firms specializing in a relatively young technology that uses light-based sensors to generate a three-dimensional view of the road. So it's weird that it is a LiDAR play. It sounds like LiDAR, but it's not LiDAR. It's still AI. Yeah, then they had some big time investors in there in the early stages. All right, guys, 1:50, 10 minutes before 2. You know what that means. I'm gonna have to get going for a minute here to go get the boy, and then I will be back to do a wrap-up with Birdie this afternoon. And then we'll close the week out strong. And then again, next week, still working on a schedule, guys. I don't want to leave you guys hanging or anything like that. And I think that'll be huge. And especially tennis, as we see... you have to almost feel like some of the semis, NVIDIA and co, with the demand for PCs dropping off and things like that. Not that they have to completely reinvent themselves, but I think that'll be a great partnership that maybe NVIDIA wouldn't have even looked into had we not seen the semiconductor industry end up where it's at. So big news, and I know they just had news about that LiDAR, or about that AI and NVIDIA, about what they were working on. Let me see if I can find that article. And crypto, that GEO down about 0.25% now. So I think you made a smart play. Hate to see you lose any money. I know you took a $10 loss on that. But I think it was well done. Could have led to a much bigger loss. Hey, I love that knowledge. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Drop as much as you possibly can, my friend. That's strange. Very, very strange, and I don't know why, Junk. It's I'm very intrigued by this because, like I said, this makes zero sense. The last time that they were over $1 was in June of 2021, and it didn't sustain there for long. All right, type that exclamation point BOSS. And I think we join in. I don't know if I join in because nobody gets out every time. Cheech and Chong come out with Phyllis Diller or something and take us out every time. And again, just keeping up the track, sideways trading here this afternoon. NASDAQ down 2.29%, S&P down 1.79%, the Dow down 0.96%. Okay, UK government steps up talks to secure gas supplies ahead of the winter demand surge. Oh, You know what, Rich? The good thing about that butt dial is that was the most tremendous butt dial in all of butt dials. I was so confused. I wish you would have seen my face when I seen that, because it wasn't like, okay, if I butt dial Nikki, or I butt dial like Nikki's mom or my mom, like somebody that I talk to on the phone a lot, I could see it happening. But like, my butt had to hit like 7 different buttons, including unlocking my phone and then opening up Discord, then finding Last Kazi Standing, and then call you. And it did. And I didn't know. And then I see your message, and I felt horrible because I see a message right after call lasted however long, and then I see your message, and I could tell the same way that I would have felt if I got one of those from you. I could tell there was some concern, like you half kind of knew it was a butt dial, but at the same time, like, you know, listen, if something's wrong, if you need me, get a hold of me. So I felt horrible about that, but we can have a good laugh about it now. This time, Pesci wipes the floor with everyone. Okay, why do we keep loading these people up with, like, why are we putting Joe Pesci in there? I don't, like, we need people that aren't gonna wipe the floor with us. I do. One of the most talented out there. I've been told, Last Kazi, it's the most tremendous butt out there. So yeah, guys, once again, Joe Pesci wiped the floor with us, and that's that, and there's nothing we could do about it. 1:56, 5 minutes before 2, coming up on 2 hours left in the trading day, the trading week, all that good stuff. Let me get this off my screen, because I keep seeing Zom up in the corner there, and I just want to investigate how they're doing what they're doing. But I'll leave that for another day. Take one more look across this heat map before I have to bid us adieu here in a minute. The pickup line is just as greasy as the drop-off line, so you know I'm actually smart about it. I park around the block when I go and pick Nikki up. Sure, it's a little bit of a walk, but instead of getting stuck behind all the buses and stuff when it's time to leave, we're just able to and beeline. There's a skill to picking up and dropping off your kids at school. A talent, if you will. So ain't a whole lot changed in the heat map, with Banks still Banks being really the only subsector that's all in green. If you look down at your bottom left, where my cursor is at right now, this little sector right here, that's the banking sector, or the banking subsector of the financial sector. So only a real green that we see. Little bit of green in the telecom, United Health. Again, that's not a huge surprise. But positive side, like I said, guys, it helps get us ready for Christmas. Seeing the red and the green come by also fast. Tennis, just can't get enough. You just can't get enough, my friend. I love it. Added more. Well, and that's what I was trying to say, Tennis, was I didn't want, I wanted non-refundable to realize how aggressive you get with these. You know, when you have that conviction. You know, if it drops a little bit more, bam. Oh, wow. Robbie Coltrane died? Is that, yeah, that's who you're talking about, right? Robbie Coltrane? And I'm not a huge Harry Potter fan. I think that's who you're talking about. That's a shame. When is this article from? Okay, so this is, man, February 19th was a big day. Apparently, it's funny that the article that you just linked is from the exact same day. This is the one that Tennis just posted. That's interesting. I know you have, Tennis. I know you have. I know you've been talking to me about this LIDR for quite some time, and I'm glad the opportunity worked out this way. You know, it's. I know you've been patient, which isn't always your strong suit. I'm kidding. But no, that's the way to do it. And people always talk about YOLO and stuff like that. You can gradually roll into a YOLO, you know. And I like it. I like it because you've got that conviction. Look at AMC going green, up almost 2%. Now don't go turning into a nervous Nelly on me though over the weekend, Tennis. I know you're probably going into this weekend, although you're a wild man, so I'm sure it's not too much of everything. But I know you're probably holding a little bit more plays than you have in some of the past couple of weeks. That's right, Nunya. Safety first, baby. Cheers to a good Friday. I don't even have a cup or anything. I do one of these. Cartoon Network shutting down. That's a shame, Aisley. That's Now didn't somebody buy the rights to a lot of their content? Was it Kid Picks? Or Kid Picks? I'm sorry. You ever get those half of thoughts, like almost deja vu, like, man, I know I've done this before. I thought they sold off a lot of their IP, and I thought it was Kid Pick, but I could be wrong. Anywho, that's a shame to see him go. Cartoon Network, it was like having like lived through when Cartoon Network was first on. It was like, and we had Nickelodeon back then. As a young kid, I didn't know what to make of Nickelodeon because you can't do that on television. Was so ahead of its time, so different from anything else that was on TV. So I didn't know if it was like a real kids channel. They had a guy that served up barf burgers. They had scenes where they mock executed kids. So it was a weird dynamic. But then Cartoon Network came along, and for the first time as a kid, it felt like you had your own thing. And Nickelodeon evolved into that, and of course you had the Disney Channel and things like that. But Cartoon Network was where it was at. Oh, WB bought it. And now up to them to see what is the future. So odds are WB will find some kid named Chad or like some other kind of name with like one of those stupid haircuts that like on the surface looks like they didn't comb their hair, but in actuality it took them 2 hours to comb their hair. And then they'll probably get together and talk about their problems. Probably be some kind of high school theme to it. That's usually what the WB does. I just made, Tiny, it's funny, I just made, well, I didn't make them, but we just watched, the whole first season of Hey Dude. Yeah, real talk. We watched the whole first season of Hey Dude. We watched literally the first 100 episodes of Double Dare. And all just kind of background noise. Like, we didn't sit down and, come on, Nikki, we're watching Double Dare. You know, we're doing other stuff. We're, you know. But, yeah, it's, yippee-tie-yi, yippee-tie-yi, what? Like the cowboys say. Yeah. Get along, little doggy. Oh, why am I the way I am? I ask myself sometimes. I blame Nickelodeon. Alright, guys, it is 2:06. I'm going to stick around for about 4 more minutes before I have to go retrieve the boy. It was. And it was a kind of cool premise. You know, I kind of liked the premise of the show. It was a city slicker that bought a dude ranch, didn't really know what he was doing. You had the native guy that was kind of in tune with everything. You had the hotshot city slicker that was trying to impress the, you know, whatever. And you had Ben Stiller's wife in it, so. Alright. What they don't have, you gotta have the premium. So Tiny, I've got the cheap Paramount subscription. They gave it to me for 99 cents a month with Amazon. But they tease you. You don't get everything that's on there. And I don't get no Salute Your Shorts. Because I've been wanting to watch that. I've been trying to introduce Nikki to Donkey Lips and whatnot. That was another good one. Salute Your Shorts. Camp Anawana, we hold you in our hearts. And when we think about you, it makes me wanna fart. I like it, Tennis. Just making sure, brother. It's all love. Just making sure. But you know that I know if I get in that panic mode, Tennis, I know I can always reach out to you if ever things get stressful. And I would hope you know that's a two-way street, my brother. And that goes to, you know, that goes for all you guys. And I'm not just talking about stock plays. When I say reach out, if you ever have a problem, I don't care if that problem has absolutely nothing to do with anything in the stock market. We're friends first here. Family, if you will. Trading friends second. So, just know somebody's always here for you. Well, what they did, Tiny, I think they did a spin-off, but they also, that kind of evolved into Wild and Crazy Kids with Omar Epps' brother. I forget his name. He was one of the hosts on Wild and Crazy Kids. Why do I know so much about Nickelodeon's history? I'm telling you, Elon needs to hurry up with this Neuralink because I need Alt Control Delete. I need to shut down most of the programs in my head from the 80s because I'm sure that there is there's a way that I could definitely church it up. Hey, what's up, man? This is where the party's at. We here now. and you caught me at a terrible time because I have to go get my son. But this is where the party's at. We stay partying here. I don't know if smart's the word there, Tiny. I just think that information could be replaced with a lot better. You know, if I'm on my deathbed and my son's looking up at me and he's like, Dad, you know, all that knowledge of 80s Nickelodeon shows that you passed on to me, I'm so you know, I just you know, I'm trying to leave a better mark. That's all. All right, guys. I am going to be right back. Not right back. Probably about half hour or so. Maybe 45 minutes. It's Friday, so them kids get rambunctious in the pickup lines. Well, stick around. I'll be back in a few minutes. Well, not a few minutes. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to lie to you, and I'm not trying to rush off. I just have to get this boy. But we will. I'll be right back with you guys in a little bit. Talk amongst yourselves. Enjoy. And wish me luck, because those moms they get a little brutal in the pickup line on Friday. So fingers crossed for a safe delivery. I'll be back with you guys in just a bit. You know I will, Tiny. You know I will. 25 cares. You may end up with 500,000 shares. Done it before. I'll do it again. That a boy, Tennis. That a boy. Now I gotta watch this even extra harder. I gotta watch it because, you know, I watch your guys' trades like they're my own too. Even if I'm not in on it, I'm passionate about them. So, you know, I'll be keeping an eye on that. And, yeah, peace out for right now, guys. I'll talk to you in a little bit. Alright guys, I made it back. Just in time for power half hour. Sorry about that. A little bit of difficult time getting home. How's everybody doing out there? How's your afternoon going here on Outside the Charts? So let's see, what did I miss? I was able to follow the market a little bit, at least on the way. Good thing about being in standstill. And I had some coffee, so I was okay. Actually, even made a trade. Let's see how that trade's working out. Thank you guys for sticking around. Sorry for the absence. Again, we're gonna have a little more detailed schedule worked out, hopefully by next week. Because never want to promise something that I can't deliver on. Shut this off for a second because I'm about to really whack this fly and I don't want my camera to go flying and you guys having to see it. Well, I appreciate that, Junk Savvy. Germ Corp, it was not good. Sorry if you can hear that rapper. That's Nikki Eaton. It wasn't good, but I picked up a SPY call that's up 25% right now. So that was good. Silver linings, Grant. Silver linings. That's what it's all about, baby. Silver linings. Yeah, just been a, I would have expected nothing less. I would have expected nothing less. The ride home to wrap up the week. Who would have thought it would go smooth? But we're still going to end with a bang. We got 24 minutes left. And, then it's celebration time. We made it through a whole week, and this is just the start. We'll see if I can get that boy over here to give you guys a shout out, because obviously you guys are as important to him as you are to me. He sees how much time gets dedicated, and you know, some of the sacrifice of anything you do is, you know, it's beautiful because he can physically be right here, but obviously he sees that this endeavor is really the only thing outside of him that gets my attention, you know, so it's he appreciates it. So, you know, that's right, non-refundable. And if we can just get rid of that pesky fly by next week, he's hanging on by a thread. So markets not looking much better than when I left. NASDAQ down 2.6%, the S&P down 1.96%, the Dow down 0.92%. Let's just take a look at that heat map, see if anything is green out there. Nope, not looking like it. So really the same as we've seen all day. Banks really the only green, with the exception of a few here or there. United Health, that's been green most of the day. What do we got here? Delta Airlines, so we got some airlines with the green. Boeing, General Motors, a little bit of green, but nothing really popping. Nothing really popping. Lots of red. Apple down 3%. You see that. Microsoft down 2. Google down 2.27. Amazon down 4.6. Walmart down almost 1.5. Home Depot down almost 2%. So how are you guys feeling? How are you guys feeling going into Monday? Is anybody picking anything up here in the last 22 minutes? Maybe looking for a bounce. Maybe looking for more downside. I think, yeah, they were easy on me today. I think they already were focused, because you could see, on the way there, the way that the timing was, they were just starting, what they're doing with closing down 2 lanes and then having it down to an individual lane over here. So I think there was already like a frustration in the air. So people just kind of kept to themselves, you know, except for the people that lived that way, because they knew they weren't. I don't know. It's hard to explain, because it's a street that you can't avoid. It's, you know what I mean? There's not really. It's not like, oh, you just go the other way. Like, there kind of is another way, but there isn't. So yeah, everybody was frustrated. Took the wind out of their sails. Not me. I'm over there smiling, happy, whatever. Being mad about it wasn't going to get me out of it any faster, you know. But we will see. I haven't taken a good look at what kind of earnings we got going next week. Again, gonna try to get, you know, even if it's just a little 5-minute video or something out over the weekend, just on kind of what to prepare for next week in the market, things like that. A little bit of a recap of what happened this week. Well, and with the 3-day thing, Germ Corp, you gotta think that it's a good possibility that they won't be buying them. And I had to look earlier, and let me pull that back up, just as a technical, just for anybody that doesn't know what those are. I was trying to figure out a way to word it. And a gilt is a UK government liability in sterling issued by HM Treasury and listed on the London Stock Exchange. The term gilt or gilt-edged security is a reference to the primary characteristic of gilts as an investment. So it's essentially like treasury bonds here, correct? Bailey Boy hasn't said anything. I gotta get to know these people. I need to know the players in this game. I appreciate you guys filling me in on kind of what's going on. I don't know if they are. I'm assuming he has a large beer gut, so that those would entail also have to be big. I don't know the guy though. Okay, that's what I thought, Germ Corp. But I wanted to give the technical definition just in case I was off. Just because, just covering all angles, that's all. But appreciate it. Like I said, you, Grant, Birdie Hunter, especially on a day like today and days to come as things either escalate or whatever you want to call what's going to happen over there. Definitely appreciate you guys keeping us in tune. It's called a gilt because the paper bond has a gold gilt line on the outside. Hey, as corny as it sounds, Germ Corp, a little bit of history could go a long way. And it's one of those things, you never know what happens when I tell that to Nikki, and then somewhere down the line he tells that to his kid, and maybe this is responsible for that kind of carrying on. You never know. Yes, I will be there. Non-refundable. I'll be there with bells on. Netflix on Tuesday. Yeah, we highly anticipated because I think Netflix was kind of the barometer for any of the streaming services last earnings go round, and it's specifically 2 earnings ago when they got crushed. What are the expectations? The last earnings period, it was under 1 million losses, and or because it was under 1 million lost subscribers, it came in good. So if they gain any kind of subscription, any kind of anything, and I guess the ad-based subscription service coming out will be a big talk, and maybe they'll reveal what content isn't going to be in there, or at least a plan to get that content that's not going to be in the ad subscription to get it on there, because I think they were working on that. Some stuff may be out of hand. I just don't like that. I don't like that content. I can get on board with the ads, but I see that as being disruptive to not have all the content and make it 2 different things like that. Crypto, I'm so glad you had a green week, dude. Thank you, man. You helped make this week special, my man. And bringing your son in, that was just the icing on the cake. That was that's the cherry on the top. That is, if nothing else ever comes from this, just that, that kind of interaction and seeing that it makes it all the worthwhile. It's worth every minute of time, every minute of effort. Just for stuff like that, man. It's you're raising a great boy over there, and you give me something else to shoot for, man. I look up to every other dad in the sense of we can all learn from each other, man. These kids don't come with manuals, and I look at what you're doing, and I'm honored to have you guys be part of it, and so many of you had Tiny and her daughter, Birdie and Blizzard, Grant and Germ Corp. It's just amazing. You know what? I guarantee somewhere in life it's gonna come up, Germ Corp, because that's just the way the world works. That's just my image. Everything happens for a reason. You come across some kind of, I don't want to say useless knowledge, because nothing's useless in life, but you come across some kind of obscure knowledge. There's got to be a reason behind it. Okay. Monday earnings. BAC, BK. I'm not sure what SCHW is. It's probably so obvious. Because I see that and I think the Schwann's guy. Charles Schwab. See, I was thinking food. I was thinking, it's getting to be dinner time almost. I was thinking Schwann's. But that's Charles Schwab. Bank of America, that's going to be an interesting one. Bank of America may be the black sheep out of that bunch come Monday. The same way that, who was it today? I'm sorry, I'm scatterbrained now. The bank that did terrible. Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley was the black sheep of the banking sector today. With everything that's been going on with Bank of America, I wouldn't be surprised to see that. Then you got Bank of New York. Like we said, Schwab. Equity Lifestyle. What is this? Equity Lifestyle Properties, ELPS. Not too familiar with them, but they're an $11 billion company. So they, and that is in the real estate sector. Okay. What's up, Caesar C? It's almost the weekend, baby. I hope your Wang Chung themed work event is going well. Yeah, non-refundable if you're busy tomorrow. I mean, I'll be around Sunday. I'll be in the football and stuff, in and out. Tonight is for the boy, though. Tonight, I promised him, it's mine and him time. I haven't, like I said, he gets to physically be here, obviously, because I'm working in the house, but haven't been able to. And he's been so awesome about it. Obviously, he wants to see this thing be successful, so. Which deadline are we talking about? Like for Elon or the Twitter deal deadline? I don't know. I think didn't the judge give him a month? I'm pretty sure the judge gave him the judge who was gonna handle the case, had it not been done. I think that let me find out. Yeah, I cannot look there. Give me 1 second. But I thought non-refundable that they had extended it by a month and gave them a month to basically get their ish together, or all right, from what I'm seeing, and correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody has any other information, is that the judge gave it a month without anything, but they're saying that right now that they're in the process, that Elon's lawyers are in the financing process, so they're not still looking into bot issues or anything like that, according to this. It is all but a done deal. So the stage that they're at now is just getting all the funding in place and everything like that. So the way that they're talking about it on mainstream media is that Elon's lawyers, because I believe Twitter had already had already gone through the deposition, and then the word is Elon's lawyers looked through it, seen that there was nothing really to it, and I don't know, and decided to buy it from there. Like I said, the whole timing around everything happening with Elon right now is just very strange. Very strange, because not just him buying Twitter, you have him buying Twitter, but then at the same time you have him kind of getting involved in some international, with the stuff with Ukraine, where he's kind of in the headlines over there too. And I'm not sure what to make of that, but Oh, Tesla earnings on Wednesday. Okay. All right. We're into full swing by then, huh? Abbott Labs. Who else? What was Tuesday? Wow. Yeah. Lots of earnings next week, basically. I would try to read all those, Junk Savvy, but I guarantee I would botch at least two of them. But Snapchat, what else? Yeah, just a lot. thank you so much for posting those earnings too, and we'll try to get some kind of preview of those. Sitting on a few $54 calls. Yeah, I mean, that's the buyout price, right? $54.20. So I could see it, and I mean, I don't know if it's gonna be like a blockbuster announcement. If there's still more hurdles to come, I don't know. Like I said, it's touchy. Jen Matt, what's up, Jen Matt? And see that's why I don't know if Elon's just the ultimate troll. If he really is just like the kid that just like, yeah, go over here, yeah, Elon, well, like burnt hair perfume, and it's a real thing, right? As far as everything that I know, that was 100% real. That was not I just don't know. I don't know. Great to see you though, Jen Matt. Hey, my Raiders can't lose this week too, so I'm in a no-lose situation there since they got a bye. Oh no, I appreciate it, Junk Savvy. I just know that there was a couple tickers that I thought might be one company that might be a different one, and I didn't want to say the wrong one. Yeah, I mean, he's got to be the ultimate troll, right? And I'm fine with stuff like that. Like, that's the only thing. When he trolls on stuff like this, when he had the flamethrower, all that kind of fun stuff, I'm cool with. I don't like this him being involved in what's going on in Ukraine and Russia. And I'm not saying he's a bad guy or a good guy. I don't like that his actions can maybe, end up costing people their lives down the line or something. And again, I don't know if what he's doing with Starlink is the right thing, the wrong thing, or somewhere in between. It's another one of those examples where people are being used you get it. Let's end this day on a positive note though. We got 5 minutes left. Anybody got any fantastic weekend plans? Please share with me. I would love to live vicariously through you. Well, I don't think you're wrong to feel that way, non-refundable. I think Doge will always have that chance to pop on Elon, but I would look for people like Mark Cuban to be the people that make the difference with that. Now, and this is completely from the hip with zero research or knowing if it's any way possible or anything non-refundable, but Mark Cuban's kind of conviction for Doge, what he did with the Mavericks, including that. We know what Mark Cuban's doing with his prescription website. I haven't tracked the progress on it, but the idea of it and where it could potentially go. Now, what if he was to incorporate Doge or start accepting Doge for prescriptions? Would it be too taboo? Would it raise red flags? Would people look at it because those two things coming together? Would it be spun in some kind of dark web type way? Some kind of you get where I'm going with that, where people could, where maybe the media, those that kind of try to suppress cryptocurrency, spin it as an underground type thing. Whereas I think Cuban could implement something like that. And I'm not saying he's bigger than Elon or more influential, but he sold a lot of merch. He's accumulated a lot of Doge, and I believe, let me double check that. I'm fairly certain Cuban has held all of that Doge. Not seeing a count on like what he holds. Well, and non-refundable, I think it's going to depend a lot on where crypto regulation goes, things like that. You never know. But yeah, the popularity I think will always be there with Doge. I think it's I would never put it in the same league as Bitcoin. Bitcoin, I think at this point, I would put in the category of too big to fail. Because of, and I guess that could be somewhat reassuring in some ways when you look at the institutional money into crypto. It's a little bit of a security blanket, I think, in a way. I don't think it's all negative, but I think that'll keep Bitcoin around. It's not going anywhere. And then you got Ethereum, then you got Cardano, and a bunch of other ones. Yeah, and the great thing, so crypto investor, Crypto for Us All's son, invests in Doge with his, he doesn't. He invests in ADA. I almost made this mistake again. I don't know why I keep thinking it's Doge. It's Cardano. He invests in Cardano and stakes it. 10-year-old kid. That's what I'm talking about. But I will agree, like Nikki knows what Doge is. Nikki sees it. It's on all over Roblox. It's he's got a game that he plays on Roblox with his buddies where they mine Dogecoin. You know, it's crazy. All right. There's that bell. We made it, guys. Yippee, hooray. Whew. Well, we did it. The markets didn't end too good. Didn't help out our cause much. The Nasdaq slipped to under 3% or over 3% losses. Excuse me, 3.08% losses for the Nasdaq, 2.34% for the S&P, 1.32 for the Dow. So essentially giving back all of those gains from yesterday, and almost rightfully so with what we've seen go on. Still the uncertainty going on in Europe, and we'll see what happens come Monday. Mark Cuban, Cost Plus Drug Company, announced first health plan partner. The collaboration aims to lower the cost of prescription drugs for Capital Blue Cross members. I love it. I love what he's doing. I respect the man as a businessman. I don't agree with everything Mark Cuban, but I don't have to. I respect the hell out of the guy and love to see anybody taking on that fight with Big Pharma. You know, again, I might not agree with everything that he says, and you always got to you always got to think that people are getting into business, for money. You know, they're not getting into a business to lose money. But I think that this is something. I think he's the type of guy that can try to, if he makes a little bit of coin off of it in the end, fine. If it can keep investors happy, fine. But I think he is truly trying to help people and truly trying to lower those prescription drugs, not for any other reason than to help people out. I'm an optimist, man. I'm an optimist, and, yes, Germ Corp, have one for me, brother. Until we're able to do it in person, my friend. When we go on the European tour, and I show up at your house and tell you I'm here for a week. But yes, you guys enjoy. My lady, non-refundable, none of your business, junk savvy. Thank you so much, everyone. I could not be happier. Gem Matt, you have no idea what it means to see you show up. Awesome. And again, I couldn't ask for anything more out of a first week. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Truly my honor to do this, and look forward to building this community strong and all that stuff. So everybody have a great weekend. Please, guys, one favor I will ask. Again, I can handle criticism very well. And the only way that we can keep getting better here is knowing what's working, knowing what's not, and communicating. Corinne, right back at you, sweetheart. You have a fantastic weekend. You too. So good to see your face. So good to see so many familiar faces back together. It's like the Muppets Take Manhattan, or Muppets Take Manhattan song. Together again. Now I'm going to have to go watch Muppets in Manhattan. Busy at work? Hey, that's never a bad thing, Corinne. That's never a bad thing. Make that money, girl. Appreciate you making it. And you too have a great weekend. Everybody, like I said, reach out to me. Throw it in the Discord, in the suggestion box. Everything that, and be honest. That's all. I'm not gonna take anything the wrong way. Please, guys. You guys are the start of this. So I need to hear from you. I need to hear what you want to see more of, less of, everything in between. All right? And poker tomorrow night in the Discord if anybody's available. Even if you don't play, feel free to stop in, shoot the breeze. Bullfrogging, you too, my brother. And, I'll be working all day tomorrow, Bullfrog. So if you're around doing nothing, want to shoot the breeze or something, hit me up. Hit me up. I would love to... always love your perspective on the market, and I'll be out there. Like I said, this is my life. But Nicky's got my time tonight, so I'm gonna go hang with him. You guys do the same. Enjoy the time with your family. Much love, guys. Again, thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I will see you guys all, if not sooner, bright and early Monday morning. All right, guys. Much love. Peace out.